You'll be a great chef in future. You must study hotel management.
And you?
I want to be an engineer.
I want to be a lawyer. Let's join JIS University. JIS University, a single destination for all your careers.
Holistic, value-based, experiential. Learning is always comprehensive at SMU. Located at Newtown, Rajarhat, Kolkata, SMU lies close to the new corporate hub of the city. Established through the enactment of the Sister Nivedita University Act 2017, SNU is deeply inspired by the thoughts and teachings of Swami Vivekananda and Sister Nivedita. Housing an environment of inclusiveness, the university promises to provide education to all without any bias based on class, social status, creed, religion, or gender. The SNU campus boasts of a well-designed, ergonomical infrastructure with educational facilities par global standards. Also provides students with accommodation facilities that harbor an interactive, healthy, hygienic, and academic-oriented environment. Moreover, healthy, home-cooked food items are served in the cafeteria.
SNU का फूड कोर्ट हम लोग खोले हैं। यहाँ पर हम लोग इंडियन, चाइनीज, बंगाली और भी डिशेज रखने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं और फूड क्वालिटी में कोई कॉम्प्रोमाइज़ हम लोग नहीं करते हैं।
Buses with well-coordinated routes covering all parts of the city provide a smooth, safe and convenient transport service.
In addition to providing playground, indoor games facilities, we have set up yoga center here. We have an agreement with the Korean organization, a special type of martial art, Taekwondo.
At SMU, it has been a life-changing experience for me.
At SMU, I believe I have made a right decision to join this university.
At SMU, I have started becoming a good human, discovering new ideas and innovation, which comes along with creativity and excellence. I have started enjoying my life at SMU, and I hope you will enjoy it here too.
You'll be a great chef in future. You must study hotel management.
And you?
I want to be an engineer.
I want to be a lawyer. Let's join JIS University. JIS University, a single destination for all your careers.
Yeah, hi, good morning. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Krishnan.
How are you? Yeah.
Fine,
Very good.
thank you.
Good morning, Professor Krishnan. This is Raina Guha from Indian Chamber of Commerce. Good morning, Professor
Hi, good
Krishnan.
morning.
Good morning. Very welcome to this forum.
Yeah, I just want to check if my screen is visible. Hello.
Yes, it is. You just have to enlarge the maximize the presentation.
Presentation. Okay, great. So you're able to see my screen, right?
Yes, we can see it.
Super.
Good morning, Mr. Gupta.
Hi, morning, Pooja. How are you?
Good, good. You are good, sir?
Yes, very well. Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you so much.
Good morning, sir. Mr. Raghav Gupta, very welcome to ICC's platform and very good morning. This is Raina Guha from ICC.
Hi, morning, Raina. Good
Good
to meet you.
morning. Same here. Mr. Agarwal, very good morning. Mr. Diptiman
Good morning.
Sanyal.
Good morning.
Mr. Diptiman Sanyal, very good morning and very welcome to this platform of ICC Edtech Summit.
Good morning. Good morning. Thanks.
Pooja, could I get screen sharing rights? I have a presentation that I'll be making later.
Yes, you can do it now, sir.
All right. Yeah, I
Yes.
think I have the rights.
Ha.
Thank you.
Yes.
Good morning, sir. Professor Maitra.
Good morning. Good morning to all.
Good morning. Good morning, Dhuda.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning.
Morning, Mr. Gupta.
Morning, Mr. Agarwal. Morning, Professor Maitra.
Yes.
Hope you're well.
Good morning, Satyamda. Good morning, Mr. Dipayan.
Hi, good morning.
Thank you. Thank you.
So just to inform everyone that we have about 1,200 plus speakers who have joined today for this summit, for all our esteemed speakers and partners. And we're already having 200 people who have logged in. So a very good morning. A very good morning to all the distinguished speakers, subject experts, and delegates present here today on the occasion of ICC Edtech Summit to discuss in detail about the education technology trends in India Vision 2025. With the pandemic affected global perspective, the application of technology in education, especially usage of digital platform as a medium of disseminating knowledge, has attained special relevance. To discuss about this in more details, I would like to invite all of you to this forum most cordially. I would now request Mr. Satyam Roy Chaudhary, Chairman, Icc Expert Committee on Higher Education and Training and Chancellor, Sister Nivedita University, to deliver the welcome address of Icc Edtech Summit. Mr. Satyam Roy Chaudhary, over to you, sir. So we are just having him on. I think he's trying to connect to audio. Mr. Roy Chaudhary? So, Professor Moitra, since Mr. Roy Chaudhary is having some audio-related glitch, would we request you to take the theme address forward? Maybe once he is being able to connect properly, we can request Mr. Roy Chaudhary to also give the welcome address.
Okay, then should I start now?
Yes, Professor Moitra, since our attendees are already there, I would request you to kindly deliver the theme address. So I'll just take a minute to say a few words on you. Professor Shoykot Mitra, Vice Chancellor, Makaut, is presently working as the Vice Chancellor of Maulana Abul Kalam Azad University of Technology, West Bengal. He did his BSc from Presidency College, Kolkata, BTech, MTech, and PhD in Chemical Technology from the University of Calcutta. He's a chartered chemical engineer and fellow of Institute of Engineers. He's also an executive council member in Indian Society for Technical Education. Professor Mitra earlier worked as professor and principal in charge at Government College of Engineering and Ceramic Technology, RCC Institute of Information Technology, associate professor at University Technology Petronas, Malaysia, and as scientist at Central Field Research Institute, Dhanbad. He has worked in industries too. Professor Moitra published about 200 research papers in different national and international journals, presented 60 papers in different conferences, filed 2 patents, authored 3 books and 3 book chapters. He has guided 12 PhD students, completed several funded research projects, organized several training programs and workshops. He visited many countries like US, Australia, Italy, Malaysia, Singapore, Thailand, Bangladesh, Bahrain, etc. for delivering lectures. He's a recipient of many awards from different bodies and institutions. Professor Mitra, over to you.
I think Satyam Roy Chaudhary could join. Kindly check whether he has joined or not.
Mr. Roy Chaudhary, Mr. Roy Chaudhary, can you hear us? Mr. Roy Chaudhary? Chairman, sir?
His audio is not connected.
Okay, so I think, Professor Moitra, we can go ahead with the theme address with you. I think, Pooja, you can just liaise with Inadi and solve the glitches on our chairman's end, please. Yes, over to you, Professor Moitra, please.
Well, thank you, Raina. Good morning to all of you, particularly to all my fellow panelists at this inaugural session. I can see Mr. Pradeep Agarwal is there. Mr. Dipayan Sharnal is there. I can see also our chairman of this ICC Educational Technology subcommittee, Mr. Satyam Roy Chaudhary. Some of his suffering problem from audio connection. I can see also Mr. Raghav and Professor Dhruvajyoti Chattopadhyay. And of course, these officials from this ICC, Raina and Pooja. So, but today we are going to organize this Icc Edtech Summit. And at this particular context, as Raina was mentioning, it has tremendous importance. If we look at the evolution and growth of education in the history of mankind, so in the last century, and particularly in the last decade, a phenomenal change has happened, particularly as a consequence of the explosion of technology, and that impacted all the fields, and that has changed in many of our practices. And education in this case is no exception. Education as a process for facilitating a learning or the acquisitions of knowledge, skill, values, moral beliefs, habits, and overall ability to serve as a person for the growth and development of self and for the community. That has undergone a change in its format in this journey of this human race, from teacher-centric and to learner-centric in the recent time. And this has happened, and this has been accelerated by the growth and development of internet and digital technology, because it brought a different dimension in the educational process, and numbers of entirely different things, which was of course could not conceive even 20-30 years before. That appeared in the horizon, and that has pervaded in the domain of education in the form of massive open online courses, learning management system, then cloud-based technologies, technology-enabled assessments, the use of animation, multimedia, graphics, visual effects, etc. And the consequence of all these things is these are changing the entire practices and experiences of education. The technology like artificial intelligence, machine learning, data science, analytics, blockchains, from the back end, these are impacting the education process with in the form of different these technologies. And what we are observing, that the concept of collaborative education, personalized education, this anytime, anywhere format of education, anything as a feature for learning, engaging education, these are happening because of this influence of technology in the education sectors. And as a result of this impact of these technologies, the educators in many areas, they have been compelled to revisit the existing curricula, existing assessment practice, existing pedagogy, and these are happening in many areas, many universities, and in our countries also. We are observing such practices, a shift in the practices of this existing pedagogy and assessment techniques. Now, what happened? There are people who are talking about this accessibility of this technology, or in the form of a digital divide, particularly in countries where internet is not available in many areas, and digital gadgets are not available in many areas. So there is some views and voices that maybe this technology-enabled education is creating a sort of divide. But nevertheless, it happens for all technologies. When the technology first starts to enter in our existing practices, initial this barrier or initial problems, always it has been observed, this is existing. But over a passage of time, things gets normalized, and a uniform situation started to appear. That means this importance of technology in education cannot be undermined, because on the other hand, the usefulness of technology is it can break the barrier of time and space, and it can make the education, quality education, accessible and affordable to larger numbers of students. It can make these educations more uniform in nature. And this is our ultimate objective, to make this education accessible, affordable, and uniform to a larger number of populations of a vast country like us. So maybe these initial glitches and initial problems of these internet facilities, hardware facilities, is acting as impediment to this objective. But my belief is that maybe within a certain period of time, all these obstacles will be overcome by government interventions, and all of this what we have observed, all of us, they are working how to make this technology useful and accessible by different ways, using their own skills and own these innovative practices. And where there is a problem, there is a solution. Where there is an adversity, there is, of course, this people's human beings, this inspirations or motivation to circumvent this obstruction, that becomes more and more prominent. We have observed this situation this time and again in our history. So today we will be listening to many of the doyens from academics and from different educational technology organizations, EdTech organizations, regarding this future, present, and future of technologies in education, how it is going to shape our education of the future, education of the present. And I believe that it will be a very, very engaging and enriching session for all these participants who are present over here. So with this, I would like to conclude my best wishes for a grand success of today's EdTech Summit organized by ICC. I am privileged to be the chairman of this session. My sincerest thanks to ICC for this purpose, and my best wishes to all the participants, and sincerest thanks to all the resource persons who have consented to join to this platform to share their experiences and knowledge for the benefits of these larger numbers of these persons who are associated with the education process. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Professor Moitra, for your important and relevant pointers on our summit today, ICC Edtech Summit. So on behalf of our chairman, Mr. Satyam Roy Chaudhary, I would like to offer sincere apologies because he's still having technical glitches on his audio. But we will take this inaugural forward, and we would have a word from him the moment he is able to join back again. Meanwhile, may I heartily welcome Mr. Krishnan, CA, Business Unit Head, Higher Education, TCS ION. Just a few words on Mr. Krishnan. Mr. Krishnan, CA, is a Business Unit Head for Higher Education at TCS ION. He carries rich experience across geographies in the US, Europe, and in India, working closely with Fortune 500 clients across industry verticals such as banking, telecom, manufacturing, retail, and education. Mr. Krishnan has held several leadership positions in strategy, business development, delivery, and products, and has been part of TCS ION right from its inception. With a keen understanding of clients' priorities and a deep domain knowledge of key industries, he has conceptualized several new products, platforms, and services in Tata Consultancy Services that have helped global clients reimagine their business and drive value creation for their consumers. A very warm welcome to Mr. Krishnan, Business Unit Head, Higher Education, TCS ION. Mr. Krishnan, over to you, please.
Thank you for that very warm introduction.
Thank you, sir.
And I just hope my screen is visible. Just want to make sure.
It is visible, sir.
Great. So thank you once again for inviting me, and a very warm welcome to fellow panelists, special guests, the ICC chair, and all the academic institutions who have taken off time on a Saturday to join us. The last 1.5 years has been extremely difficult, in particular for our partners in higher education. And this is a time where industry and academia need to come together. And I'm very happy that I ICC has put together this conference for like-minded individuals to come discuss and see how we can, really look at transforming education. And for the next 10 minutes, I would like to share my thoughts on how institutions can achieve academic excellence. It is said that no country in the world has transformed and become a developed nation without focusing on higher education. And this is a very important topic that's very close to our heart at TCS Ion. And my point of view is that in order to achieve academic excellence, we need to look at 4 key dimensions, starting with learning. The key word in transforming learning or achieving academic excellence in learning is to bring the industry and make the industry participate in both design and delivery of curriculum that is trending and which is basically around the skills that the industry requires. And it's very important that academic institutions come forward, involve the industry to design such curriculum. The other area about transforming learning is to look at digital model of delivery. Today, with the onset of the pandemic, we have seen that educational institutions have significantly adopted digital online lectures. But we do see that, with the pandemic waves subsiding, it is important for us to look at not just pure online or pure physical, but a digital model which has not just the leverage of technology, but also the labs and in-center that the institution has invested in. And like my previous speaker mentioned, it's very important to look at experiential learning so that students don't end up learning theory, but also learn how to apply that theory in industry context. The second area that one needs to look at is assessment. And assessment in terms of looking at how do we attract the best talent and a diverse pool of talent to join an academic institution based on various institutions' capability in shaping up talent and based on the interest of the talent to come and study at the institution. So it is important to look at technology, not just from a learning, but also from an assessment standpoint. And when it comes to assessment also today, technology offers an ability to assess a student capability in multiple ways. So for example, if a student has to learn coding, why should they be tested on the theory of coding? Why don't we give them a problem statement where they can actually compile a code online and then measure their ability to create impact through such technology adoption? And the last aspect about assessment transformation is to drive assessment in a transparent, free, and manner where there is no malpractices. Because it is very important that we take this dimension very seriously. Because soon enough, when the student is unable to demonstrate capability, the corporates are going to question the quality of the assessment that was conducted in the institution. And I will talk a little bit about what are the dimensions on how to achieve and protect the institutional credibility. It's not just about technology, but it's also about ensuring the credibility of the institution is not compromised. The third area of transformation, which I believe is extremely important, is placements. Today, it is possible to baseline and benchmark every institution and the students studying in them in terms of their employability quotient, and then use that analytics to create specific learning paths so that a student can take himself or herself from where they are to where they need to be, aligned with the industry requirement, and thereby creating a very democratized access to jobs. When we look at academic excellence, I see that we primarily focus on learning, but the placement, outcome, and the assessment dimensions are equally important. And finally, it is very important, and we have seen that institutions who have been on the forefront of technology adoption, cloud adoption, are able to free up both their administrative as well as faculty to ensure that they are focusing on other dimensions of transformation. And today it is very important. It is as simple as adopting a Gmail, that we can adopt a campus on the cloud, making the institution more adaptable, resilient. Because one thing what we have learned from the pandemic is the future is going to be uncertain. And institutions that are embracing technology are going to be that much more better prepared. So the key message that I want to give is we need to always look at all of these dimensions holistically and look at the reinforcing element that each of these dimensions bring. A great assessment model will ensure better learning experience, and a focus on outcomes will again drive and force the institutions to participate and involve the industry much more than today what they're doing. So let me take a minute on each of these dimensions. I've spoken most of it, but each of these dimensions have pillars themselves that we need to be aware of. As I mentioned, when it comes to learning, involving the industry, both in design and delivery, and also implementing a digital pedagogy that uses the best of digital and physical worlds is very, very important. And driving experiential learning so that students are engaged and there is a pull to learning rather than pushing learning. It is gone are the days where the students just need to rely on textbooks. Today, with the advent of digital content, learning can be much more gamified and interesting, and today technology exists to enable that. When it comes to assessment, this is a heavy slide. I'm running out of time, but main thing that I wanted to highlight when it comes to assessment is to be prepared with flexible assessment models, whether it's remote assessment, hybrid assessment, in-center assessment. The more models that an institution is prepared, the better prepared and resilient they would be based on how the situation turns out in the next few months. And as I mentioned, connectivity is a very big challenge. Today, technology exists to overcome this, which works on low bandwidth. And again, the effective use of AI, ML to avoid malpractices, because assessment is all about ensuring the credibility of the institution and the summative assessments that are conducted, and have a very scalable platform so that institutions can reach and create and attract a diverse cohort to join their organization. And one area where we see a lot of, which is also a very easy way to adopt technology, is to look at this entire process of question paper creation and just-in-time delivery that will avoid a lot of the process gaps today academic institutions are facing. When it comes to placement, as I mentioned, the most important thing is to first baseline the employability quotient and baseline the knowledge of the student, whether it is industry knowledge, subject matter knowledge, and then use that analytics to create targeted interventions. And the most important thing about baselining, just like in learning, it is to ensure that one uses a test or a platform which is industry validated and industry recognized, thereby creating and closing the final loop, which is providing access to talent based on their skill set, based on their aspiration, based on their aptitude to recruiting partners. And the last dimension of operations transformation is putting the student, the administrative staff, the faculty at the center, and then designing an experience around them so that the focus can be on learning. Any repetitive manual tasks should be automated by the use of AI, machine learning. Today, it is very, very much possible. And always, look at an integrated solution. I see a lot of institutions adopting different solutions for each of their processes. The challenge that creates is that the management is unable to get a 360-degree view of their organization. And not just look at the campus solution and the learning experience solution as two differently, but look at it again as in an integrated manner. Because one is the operation, but it's also very important to track the learning effectiveness that the organization is implementing, and is it creating outcome, and have a very scalable, secure, and cloud-based solution to enable all of this. So in summary, the message that I want to leave you with as my opening remark is, when we have to drive academic excellence, we look at all of these dimensions together. When it comes to learning, look at experiential learning in partnership with industry. When it comes to assessment, look at platforms that will enable you to attract top talent and create a diverse pool so that you have a cohort where learning can happen effectively. Always have the end in mind, because finally institutions have to produce employable talent that can be absorbed by the industry. And the best way to do that is to first baseline the current talent maturity, the current organizational maturity, and then look at that analytics to create targeted intervention. And finally, all of this is possible only if you have an organization that has adopted technology to drive operations, free up faculty time, create great experience for the student. Online education is not just about creating live lectures. It is much more than that. Today, technology allows you to create interventions that make learning experience addictive, experiential, and all of that is possible today with the best technology, best in breed technology that institutions should embrace and adopt. And all of this, I believe, will definitely lead to creating academic excellence and creating talent that can truly transform our nation. Thank you.
Mr. Krishnan, we are really happy to have you here and to hear your important deliberations, which is going to be a value addition for the attendees today. Thank you once again from ICC. I move over to my next speaker. Thank you, sir. I move over to my next speaker, Mr. Diptiman Sanyal. Mr. Diptiman Sanyal, a very warm welcome from ICC to you. Mr. Sanyal, the head of academics and learning, Hero Wired. Mr. Sanyal is a former hedge fund quant and CFA who now leads a boutique consulting firm and India's smartest PropTech startup, while being extensively connected with academics and teaching. Currently an adjunct faculty in Northwestern University, he has been featured in 40 under 40 data scientists in India list of 2019 and was counted amongst the leading data science academics in India in 2018 and 2019. We are so delighted to have you, Mr. Sanyal. Over to you for your deliberations. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for the introduction. And I'm going to keep it short. I know we are all running a little late, so I'm going to try and keep it as short as possible. What I'm going to talk about today is, a lot of the discussion would be definitely from a very high-end top-down perspective. I'm going to focus on certain things which I feel very strongly about in terms of what's missing, and not just in edtech, right, but in traditional education systems as well that we are looking at. I guess you can see my screen. I hope the screen is visible. Yeah, is the screen visible? Just a question.
It is. It is.
It is. It is visible.
Thank you. So we know that every learner is unique, right? It's like the nose print of a gorilla, and for no two of them would be the same. But unfortunately, institutional learning is canned, right? And this is a challenge. This is a challenge which we have faced because the university model or the high school model, it's focused on the median student, taught by the median professor, using median material, right? And I'm not saying that that's wrong or that's the wrong way to go about it, but I'm saying that it's a very recent phenomenon. If you look at human history, the university model that we have, which is canned learning in some ways, right, or non-individualized learning, institutionally, faculty members, of course, do take the time to transform individual lives. But this phenomenon of canned institutional learning is about 1,000 years old, right? Oxford and the early universities. But what I wanted to mention, that part we know, is that unfortunately EdTech today is not, but it's a collective kind of thinking for the entire EdTech universe in India. Take a university lecture, get an LMS and rebrand it, record a few videos, add some animation, maybe a flashcard or two, some quizzes, and EdTech is done, right? again, we see that we're going back, we're reverting to the mean, if you will, by doing the same thing that we have been doing for 1,000 years, which is creating CAD learning. So the question then is, can we individualize learning? Is it even possible to individualize learning? So it has been tried. So this is, as probably all of you know, this Tagore, and when he started Vishwabharati and Patavavan, the school, when they were started, it was clearly mentioned that there will be no conferring of degrees or any system of examinations in either the school or the university. Okay, and this is, you know, more than about 100 years back, right? So a student could learn high school level math, but work with fourth graders on craft and art, and vice versa. Right? This is a system which has not, it has been tried, but very rarely. And the question is that, is it scalable? And this is exactly the question that I keep getting asked when I talk about the earlier Tagore method, right, where you don't have, it's very unstructured. And can you scale it? We're talking of 136 crore people. And if you look at the bottom of the pyramid, right, in age, in demographic distribution, enormous amount of young population, right? And if we cannot educate our younger generation, probably, we will get to not to demographic dividend, which economists love to talk about. I call it the demographic disaster, which might happen if we do not educate at scale, right? It is, and EdTech, to me, has two layers. One layer, which has already been talked about, and I think it is the most valuable layer today in our country. I'm not denying that at all. Both Krishnan and Shrikant, they mentioned about dissemination, access, right? Connecting matters to industry and so on. It's a lot of it is about dissemination. And that's, to me, right now, the key, because we probably do not have the technology that we need to do that, right? To go through that process. But the second part of EdTech, which I think is extremely important as well, and which has also been mentioned by both the last speakers, is individualization. It is not just about figuring out which course to upload. It's not about creating the perfect syllabus, right? Let's say we have all of those in place, that we talk to the industry, we get their feedback, we built a course which is very, you know, industry centered, which is hands-on, it has the right mix of theory versus practical. But at the end of the day, what's happening in EdTech today is access, right? We are providing through MOOCs, through many other platforms, we're providing access to hundreds and thousands and millions of students when they did not have access to that quality of education before. But our goal, on the other hand, is learning. It's not just access. Proper learning needs individualization, and therefore enter AI. So I'm going to just quickly talk about, in the next 2 or 3 minutes, about some of the metrics, right, which an LMS or a learning management system will allow us to track. And these are just some of the many that we are tracking and others are tracking in the industry. With the focus of individualization, the focus being that every student learns differently, can I ensure that my learner is given that level of personalization and customization? So how do we measure that? Right? One is by figuring out continual correlations between engagement and performance. There's a lot of literature historically on whether students who study harder, do they actually get higher grades? And you know, weirdly enough, the research shows that it's kind of, you don't really know. Some students work very hard and do very well. Some students work kind of not so hard and still end up doing well, so on and so forth. So the verdict is still mixed. What we can do, though, is we can keep tracking correlations between engagement. How often does the student log into my portal, to my platform? Do they actually see through the videos? Do they do the assignments on time? So on and so forth. And at the same time, let's say I have a student who performs exceedingly well in a coding course. Right? They do very well. But the same student might get a failing grade in another course in the same program, which deals with, let's say, something which is more statistical. So do we fail the student, which is unfortunate, right? We don't want to fail students, of course. Or do we wink and let them pass, but do not make sure that they actually learned something? Right? So a same student might be at different levels for different courses in the same program. That can be tracked through individualization by looking at engagement versus performance. Taking a cue from that, skill mapping and learning paths. Right? If every week of every certification, degree, diploma, whatever you want to call it, is mapped to a skill, right? Or part of a skill, doesn't have to be the whole thing, or every skill is mapped to every week of learning, the learning path is understood and can be followed and created over time. So somebody today is at level 3 of skill 1, can be at level 7 of skill 3, can be level 5 of skill 2. It doesn't have to move lock, stock, and in lockstep, because people learn different things differently. We know that. And this can be and is being helped by natural language processing. We can map and curate skills paths to understand the challenges that a student is facing in one particular area, and then, of course, ensure that we take the right steps to support that student. Which leads me to the next one, which is performance prediction. A very classic example of math course for nursing students, right? There was seen that nursing students who did badly in their mandatory mathematics course in the first semester landed up dropping out. Now that's weird, right? Why is mathematics connected to nursing school dropouts? And the answer is, if most nursing students probably are not very comfortable with math, if they can bear through mathematics, they can bear through and finish the program. Performance prediction today is being used in corporations extensively when they're hiring. Today, not just for performance in particular domains, for predicting dropouts, right, which is such an unfortunate incident in the life of a student or a faculty, or even things like career counseling. What will work for you potentially? It's all moving to data-driven understanding. And the last bit is modularized and lifelong learning. Because today, based on this, we can modularize learning and say, okay, you have taken this and done well, but this you need to work on some more. You don't really need to complete that full stack program in 6 months, or you don't really need to complete that data science program in 3 months. Yeah. Modularized learning can fine-tune learning on a need-to-know basis. And a single program can be extended over time, where people keep coming back to where their weak areas are. Of course, being mindful of sequential learning. The last slide talks about AI being not enough from the Indian context. We can individualize learning. We can improve access. Online learning is, online or internet access is shooting through the roof in this country. But from the context of the Indian student, having taught extensively, often online in the last decade, I have realized that nothing can replace the faculty. Right? Again, faculty first is a motto, always. Faculty first. But even on online learning, even on self-paced content, I keep coming back to that learning over and over again, that in our minds, the faculty cannot be replaced. So in 25 to 50 years, this might change, because students today, younger people today, are learning on tablets from a very early age. That's going to happen in rural areas as well. But we will need to recalibrate our entire EdTech learning process to ensure that that level of human interaction, that level of instructor-led, instructor-supported work is continually being done. Because we have to customize learning. AI might show me where the problem areas are very easily, because you can collect that data and have the models. But the human intervention to fix those problem areas, as of now, does not have, there's no better way other than having that human being come in. So that's all I had to say. Thank you so much for your time and really appreciate the opportunity.
Mr. Daniel, thank you so much for your valuable deliberations for our attendees. I would now like to call upon Mr. Raghav Gupta, Managing Director, India and APAC Coursera. Mr. Gupta, a warm welcome to you. A short introduction on Mr. Raghav Gupta. Mr. Gupta leads the India and APAC business of Coursera and is based in Gurgaon. He's responsible for growing Coursera's consumer and enterprise business in the region, thereby bringing the world's best education to learners. Mr. Gupta is also the global business lead for Coursera for Campus, the platform for colleges and universities. In his role, Mr. Gupta is responsible for driving impactful partnerships with leading corporate and higher education institutions. Raghav has 20 plus years of experience across consumer, internet, and management consulting industries in India, Southeast Asia, and Europe. Previously, Mr. Gupta was India country manager at BlaBlaCar and intercity carpooling services. By partnering with the company's founders, Raghav successfully launched BlaBlaCar in India in early 2015. As a management consultant for 15 years, Raghav led the retail practice of strategy and in India and served as president of Technopack Advisors. He is a prolific public speaker, passionate social observer, and natural relationship builder, and is invited to speak at leading conferences and webinars. He writes often and has been published in the Financial Times, Fortune India, Forbes India, Mint, and Economic Times, amongst others. Mr. Gupta holds an MBA from INSEAD in France and is a recipient of the INSEAD Sagenta Scholarship for Emerging Country Leadership. He did his post-graduation in Fashion Business Management from the National Institute of Fashion Technology in Delhi as well, and is a mechanical engineer from Pune University in India. Mr. Raghav Gupta, once again, a very warm welcome to you from ICC. Over to you, please.
Thank you so much. Could you please confirm I'm audible?
You are audible.
All right, thank you. Very good morning, and good morning to Mr. Satyam Rai Chaudhary, Chancellor of Sister Nivedita University, to Professor Saikat Mitra, Chancellor of Macau, and my co-panelists as well. I'm going to take the next 10 minutes and talk a little bit about reimagining higher education. I think obviously we've heard with the speakers before me, pandemic has changed the world around us. And I'd love to add a Coursera perspective to what we are seeing in industry in higher education as well. Now, what you'll see here is before we talk about higher education, it's worthwhile talking about what the industry is going through. And often, when we speak to industry, we say there's double disruption happening. Automation due to technology was already happening, and COVID has come in and accelerated many things. And as a result of that, we are seeing double disruption, which is actually going to create and is creating a challenge for future graduates coming out of our higher education. This double disruption has possibly 4 parts to it. So firstly, many jobs are getting lost. There will be lesser jobs for graduates coming out of higher education in the future. Industry is also telling us that core skills are changing. The kind of skills required to do these jobs are changing. And so that's something that is going to be different for graduates to think about as well. Even though the pandemic will eventually go away, many companies, including mine, are expecting that people will continue to work remotely, will continue to work from home. Maybe not 100% of the time, but to an extent we will. And that requires a certain new kind of human skills to be learned. And then almost every business is becoming more digital in nature. And this emphasizes the need for learning digital skills, the need for learning data-related skills. So we are definitely seeing this double disruption happening going forward. We're also seeing, of course, COVID has created many challenges for higher education. And to my mind, these are possibly, 5 key ones of those. So firstly, given what's happening in industry, student employability is becoming a challenge. Given industry needs different skills, different knowledge, how do universities and higher education institutions gear up to be able to provide this new student employability. And second, on the left again, flexibility. How do universities eventually we will move from 100% online to some kind of a modular curriculum where some teaching will go back to being on campus and some possibly will stay online. How do universities and higher education institutions build this into how they do business as regular kind of situations? Thirdly, capacity, continuing to get enrollments, continuing to get their capacity filled up is the challenge, but there's also opportunity here. Many universities and higher education institutions are saying in the past, we might have served 5,000 students on campus. Now with online, can we serve an additional 10,000 students who never come to campus as well? Faculty development, same point related to student employability. How should institutions develop faculty? And then lastly, I think parents and students are looking at institutions who are becoming innovators themselves because the world around us is changing. And how do institutions do that? Now, given some of these challenges, Coursera, given how we've been working with institutions in the country, we had made our platform available for free to support institutions during COVID last year, from March till the end of November, for about 8 months. And we saw tremendous adoption across the country, but also around the world. So 4,000 institutions had about 27 lakh students who took 2.4 crore courses, and almost 70% of this happened on a mobile device. And so we found that the need, the also adoption to higher from students in higher education was quite strong. And we learned a lot through this process over the last year. And this was available at absolutely no charge last year. And I'll share a little bit that as we go from this March to November period that we did last year, how are we continuing to work with higher education to support them as we reimagine higher education and think about, a post-COVID world eventually as well. And so let me quickly jump into that. And before I do that, to quickly introduce Coursera, and many of you may already know this, Coursera is a learning platform. There are learners, educators, and institutions who make up the three pillars of this platform. Globally, about 8 crore plus learners, and about 1 crore of these are in India. So a large number of learners who come to the Coursera platform to learn and to prosper in their careers. What they learn comes from 160 of the world's top universities. So the likes of Yale, Michigan, Imperial, in the US and Europe, and also IIM Calcutta, IIT Roorkee, IIM Kozhikode, and others in India as well. And then also very importantly, industry, companies like Google and Facebook and IBM and many others author content on the Coursera platform. And then as a part of our institutional work, we work with businesses, governments, and campuses. And today, of course, I'll focus more of my talk on our work with campuses, 4,000 of these around the world. It's important to call out that because we work with businesses, we have a very close view of what's happening as industry changes in a post-COVID world. And I think being able to bring close understanding and insights of what roles, what skills are changing, and how should higher education think about those is an important purpose that we are serving as well as we work with campuses and institutions in the country. Now, as I mentioned earlier, 4,000 institutions adopted the Coursera for Campus platform, and you'll see names, very familiar names in India, but also in other parts of the world. What these institutions did is that they used Coursera for credit, either as standalone content. So, if an MBA student, wants to go and work in the fintech space and the institution does not teach blockchain, leveraging a blockchain course on Coursera from INSEAD might be an example of that. And then, of course, for credit as a part of blended learning as well, for faculty to come in and use content on the Coursera platform from these top institutions as a part of blended learning as well. And then we also saw a lot of usage around multidisciplinary learning. And I think this aligns quite well with what the NEP, the new education policy, is talking about as well. If I delve a little bit deeper into these use cases, we've worked with institutions over this period of time to help them build a powerful cutting-edge curriculum by incorporating a lot of what is shifting in skills and roles around us. Also in terms of boosting student employability. And then lastly, and I won't go too much into that, but tracking the development of the skills that are happening at a student level. And let me share an example to explain this. My apologies for the rather busy slide, but I took an example of a BTech in computer science with specialization in artificial intelligence. And what some of the institutions are doing is they're saying, look, 60 to 80% of the content continues to be university faculty led, which is very important. And anywhere between 20 to 40% could be coming from the Coursera platform. And I saw this was a question from Professor, I think, D.K. Banwat in the Q&A as well, as to what's a good way to think about faculty-led and online-led content. You'll see on the left 8 semesters. Topics like physics, graphics, calculus, and so on continue to be taught by university faculty, but possibly introduction to electronics from Georgia Tech added on from the Coursera platform, or an introduction to AI added on as a standalone emerging skill taught by IBM. And then similarly, possibly in semester 5, introduction to deep learning being brought in from University of Michigan. So this is this blending of on-campus as well as online that we have seen, which seems to have worked quite well. And we're continuing to iterate and build on what could be a powerful mechanism to continue to deliver skills of the future for jobs of the future to students in higher education in the country. I mentioned earlier, a lot of industry, a lot of companies create content on the platform because these are companies, they're obviously focused on job relevant skills. And this is a snapshot of some of the content that we've been working with our partners on building. So lots of content from IBM, a Facebook social media marketing certificate from Facebook, and similarly content from Google, content from Salesforce and others. And obviously the quality of the content as well as the credibility of the content stands out, because if you're learning social media marketing from Facebook and then also getting a certificate from Facebook, the student is feeling, high quality learning is being delivered, as well as the credential that he or she might receive is also then relevant as they get ready for careers as they go out of higher education. And this is my last slide, and I wanted to bring this up and kind of call out the leadership and the vision that MAKAUT under the leadership of Professor Maitra have taken. I mean, absolutely early adopters of technology as far as the MAKAUT institution is concerned. I think, and I could be wrong here, but I think MAKAUT announced recognizing online education for credit earlier than most other universities in the country did. In our partnership with MAKAUT over last year, about 17,000 students, took close to 45,000 courses, and lakhs of hours were spent on learning. So we've started the journey quite strongly, but of course, there's a lot to be done still. COVID challenges are still here, and there's a lot to be done. And this quote from Professor Maitra I put up here for all of you to read. And I think it inspires all of us to say, how do we bring modern teaching pedagogy along with cutting edge technologies to students so that we help them get ready for jobs of the future. I'll pause with that and hand back to you, Rainer. Thank you so much for listening in and for your time.
Please unmute.
Okay, am I audible? Mr. Gupta, thank you so much for your valuable deliberations and being a part of Edtech Summit once again. I would now like to invite our co-chair of ICC Higher Education and Training Committee, Professor Dhrubajyoti Chattopadhyay. Professor Chattopadhyay, I would also request you to kindly say a few words on behalf of Mr. Satyam Roy Chaudhary, who couldn't join us today because of technical glitches. A short introduction on our co-chair of Higher Education Committee, Professor Dhrubajyoti Chattopadhyay. Currently, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Sister Nivedita University, Kolkata, graduated as a Bachelor of Science from the Presidency College, Kolkata in 1973 with a major in chemistry. He did his Master's in Science in Biochemistry in 1975 and completed his PhD in 1984 from Department of Biochemistry at Bose Institute, Calcutta. Professor Chattopadhyay was the Dean, Faculty of Science at the university from 2003 to 2007 and was the Pro-Vice Chancellor of the university from 2008 till 2015. He was also the director at the Center for Research in Nanoscience and Nanotechnology at University during 2007 to 2015. He has received numerous awards, accolades, and distinctions in his career. He was also the Fellow of the Indian Academy of Sciences in 2004 and Fellow of West Bengal Academy of Science and Technology in 2006. Dr. Chattopadhyay has lifetime memberships in various organizations and scientific associations. He has a teaching experience of more than 35 years and guided many PhD students. He has around 102 research papers and 6 book chapters to his credit till date. Professor Dhrubajyoti Chattopadhyay is a scientist and academic par excellence. He has an established track record of highly innovative ideas and in-depth research activities. Professor Dhrubajyoti Chattopadhyay, thank you for being there with us. Over to you, please, sir.
Thank you, Raina. Let me, at the very onset, on behalf of our Chancellor, Mr. Shraddha Chaudhary, want to apologize to all the panelists and all of you who are present over here because of they could not address this August gathering because of some audio problems. Now, it is a real privilege and honor to propose the formal vote of thanks on behalf of the Indian Chamber of Commerce at the end of this engaging and enriching inaugural session of the Icc Edtech Summit, themed the Education Technology Trends in India. I really want to thank our summit chair, Professor Shoikat Mitra, who delivered the theme address. And he rightly pointed out about the change in the pedagogy from the teacher-centric to the learner-centric one, where he also mentioned the growth of the internet and the digital technology. And from the last lecture by Mr. Raghav Gupta, we came to know that his leadership and his initiative actually helped to get the university to recognize the Coursera courses also, which is really in our Techno India group also, we have several colleges, private colleges where we are taking this. Now, the other point, what he mentioned about that the changing practice in this education process, which are becoming very, very important right now. I really thank Mr. Krishnan from TCSIN. You know that right now the Sister Nivedita University and the Techno India Group is partnering with TCSIN, and we are going to have our go live with SNU from 1st of July with TCSIN taking care of number of things in our university. And this is actually under the leadership of our Chancellor. Now, you were rightly mentioned about the 4 different things. What I find that very interesting, that the learning should be industry relevant. And over there, when you mentioned about the different processes, I love to hear your wording of digital tech pedagogy. Normally, we are always mentioning about the blended learning and the online-offline mixing, but this digital pedagogy is a very interesting point which you explained, where I'm sure the learning to be really going to be very, very all gamified so that the students can participate more. You rightly pointed out that one of the major challenges regarding the assessments, where the certainty and credibility should be considered in a very big way, followed by that we have to consider the outcome lineage, which we can usually get it from the placements record and how to use analytics in doing that. And at the end, you rightly pointed out about the operations. And you mentioned that integration of the platforms are going to be very important. And very important thing is that we have to consider the campus on cloud. This campus and cloud is the thing which is we can think about. The only thing I really not going to accept that you said future uncertain, but no, our future is quite certain. And we are going to have this thing, what you mentioned, to exist for next many years, because this is the future of education. Thank you for giving us such an interesting informations. Mr. Dipaman Shandar, your lecture, it's really mesmerized me, because the thing what you mentioned is really the one line, every learner is unique. I felt that's so important, the heterogeneity in our education system. And with my 35 years of teaching experience, the only thing I practice is try to address the heterogeneity in my classes. And your word, every learner is unique. You mentioned very nicely about the way we have to look at the institutions, and thereby you mentioned about the Vishwa Bharati and 100 years back, how they are actually utilized it. And really, the vision of Kaviguru Rabindranath Tagore is very much we are feeling right now. Now, other point, what you said, the demographic disaster, absolutely right. Demographic disaster is something we have to address, and thereby we have to think about the engagement of the different students and their performance properly considered. The NLP is coming up, and this NLP for mapping and correction of these skills of our students is very important. And we have to understand that the process to look after a sequential learning where AI plays a very important role. Thank you, Mr. Shandar. We have Mr. Raghav Gupta. Mr. Raghav Gupta from Coursera, I already mentioned that we are also in the process in our university, and discussion is going on with all our departments regarding the adoption of Coursera as some credit points. And we are already thinking about that if 80%, which are our Board of Studies Modified 1 and 20% from the Coursera could be integrated together to build up a powerful, cutting-edge educational communication, which is going to help not only the proper knowledge dissemination, but also the students' deployability. Now, you mentioned about the double disruptions, and definitely it is a double disruptions which are very important to be considered, where you mentioned about the way we are looking at before Corona also, the job displacements, requirement for the core skills. But during Corona, we could get to know about the operate remotely, and there is quite a bit of acceleration of digitization. All of these things are very important, and we have to consider that education technology trends in India, the Vision 2025, is going to consider all these things in a very proper manner. And today's discussion, I'm sure it has touched upon the points that need to be addressed to achieve a booming edtech industry in the upcoming period. And I'm thankful to all the speakers for their extremely pertinent and valuable suggestions. I also take this opportunity to thank all the partners, TCS Iron, Hero Wired, GIS University, Sister Nivedita University, Omdal Group of Institutions, MCKV Group of Institutions, Heritage Institute of Technology, who have supported the Indian Chamber of Commerce in organizing this meaningful forum. I really also want to congratulate the audience for their patience hearing, and thank you everybody. Namaskar.
Thank you, Professor Dubojyoti Chattopadhyay, for summing up the inaugural in such a nice manner. I would once again take the honor of thanking our speakers, our theme address, and our summit chair, Professor Shoykot Mitra, and our honorable speakers, Mr. Krishnan from TCS ION, Mr. Diptiman Sanyal from HeroWired, Mr. Raghav Gupta from Coursera. Thank you so much being a part of our inaugural today. We hope to have you soon. With a short break in our post our inaugural of say about 3 to 4 minutes, we will come on to panel 1. I would request the attendees to be there online because we have a very interesting panel 1 with the topic of upholding EdTech opportunity in India by India, policies, strategies, and market trends for the education technology industry, which will be discussed by very eminent speakers. We would shortly be back with panel 1 of the forum. Thank you so much. Be there.
Your comfort zone starts where the questions you ask start making the experts uncomfortable. But then you aren't even here for anything comfortable. Not for a cushy job, not for a 9 to 5, not for a fancy designation. You're not made to settle for anything less than what ignites your spirit. You're not here to write code. You are here to rewrite the future. You're not made to design games. You are here to change the game. You're not here to mark your attendance. You're here to leave your mark on the world. You're not here to be created for jobs, but to have jobs be created for you. You're not here for the purpose of making a living. You are here to make living full of purpose. You're not here to upgrade your skills. You are here to upgrade the life of billions. You're not here for the rat race. You are made for the human race. You are not made for anything small. In fact, you are not made for anything less than creating a dent in the universe. HeroWired. Be made for big things.
A warm welcome back to all our attendees for Icc Edtech Summit. We are starting with the second session of the day for Icc Edtech Summit and the panel 1. The topic of discussion in this panel is upholding EdTech opportunity in India by India, policy strategies and market trends for the education technology industry. With that, I would warmly like to welcome Professor Dinesh Singh, Chancellor K.R. Mangalam University, Haryana, and Young Professor of Mathematics, University of Houston, Texas, USA. Professor Dinesh Singh, a warm welcome.
Thank you.
Professor Singh is also going to be this particular session's moderator. Along with him, we will have the following esteemed speakers in this panel. Professor Indranil Sengupta, Vice Chancellor, JIS University. Mr. Krishnan CA, Business Unit Head, Higher Education, TCS-ION. Professor Dr. Andrew Thangiraj, NPTEL Coordinator and Professor, Electrical Engineering Department, IIT Madras. Mr. Gaurav Kumar, President, Corporate Development, Upgrad. May I now take the opportunity of saying a few words of our session moderator, Professor Dinesh Singh. Professor Singh, Chancellor, K.R. Mangalam University, an adjunct professor of mathematics, University of Houston, Texas, USA, has served on the jury of Janpat Award, one of India's most prestigious literary awards. He has pioneered several new ideas in the realm of education and on the role of technology in education. He has delivered the world over numerous prestigious invited public and keynote lectures on education, on policy towards economic growth, on mathematics, and on Gandhi. He has published numerous mathematical research papers in international journals, and his mathematical work is cited in several books, monographs, and papers. Currently, Professor Singh is the Chancellor of K.R. Mangalam University, as discussed, Distinguished Academic Consultant, Middlesex University, London, Adjunct Professor of Mathematics, University of Houston, Texas, USA, and Director of Mathematical Sciences Foundation, Delhi. Professor Singh, warm welcome to you once again, and over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's a delight to be here in this program, and I'm quite honored to be in the company of my fellow panelists, each one of whom is very distinguished, and they really need no introduction. We're going to discuss, as has been announced, this business of how technology will weave its productive web around education so that education can reach its real culmination. And I'm not going to elaborate too much on the theme because there are such distinguished speakers on my panel, each one of whom will add in a significant way to the theme of the session and will therefore give us a good idea of what we mean by this session. So without much ado, I will request and introduce briefly each one of my panelists. I just put this single provision here that we are given about an hour, and I think it would be in the fitness of things if we restrict ourselves to about 10 minutes each and leave a little time for either comments, remarks, or questions. So I have great delight to introduce Professor Indranil Sengupta, who is the Vice Chancellor of JIS University. He has taken this onerous responsibility in January, if I'm not mistaken. But he is really a computer scientist, and his entire education from A to Z, right till his doctorate, has been at Calcutta University, one of India's finest universities. He is a professor of computer science at IIT Kharagpur and packs enormous experience, expertise, and wisdom in not just computer science, but in matters connected with technology, with education, and now as Vice Chancellor, he will add further luster to his repertoire. So I request Professor Sengupta to take the floor.
So Professor Singh, thank you very much for the generous introduction. I don't know whether I deserve all these nice words, but anyway, thank you very much. So I would like to share my screen. I have a short presentation to show. So is my screen visible?
Yes.
Oh, thank you so much. So at the outset, I would like to thank the organizers for giving us this opportunity for presenting our views in front of this august audience. And in conjunction with the experts which you have in our panel. Well, the theme of the panel, as you all know, is policies, strategies, and market trends for the education technology industry. So as you can see that the theme is very broad-based. So I would like to talk about some of the concepts and my thoughts, and I would like to share them with you, how we can move this forward from the kind of situation we are in now at present. Okay, let us start with some of the background. Now, as you all know, that the nation, India as a whole, is moving very steadily and surely towards definitive growth in higher education. There are so many regulatory bodies who are carrying out regular brainstorming sessions, developing curriculum, suggesting changes or some kind of, you can say, new concepts and ideas that can be incorporated therein so that education becomes societally relevant. And this national education policy which has come up, that very nicely sums up the direction that we should take in moving our education system forward. Now this COVID pandemic, which is a very unfortunate scenario which has been bestowed upon all of us, we are still today going through the hardships that have been inflicted on us due to this. But there are a few things we should consider here. The pandemic situation has forced us to look beyond our comfort zone. See, as educationists, we were most comfortable within the four walls of our classrooms. The conventional methods that we used to follow for interacting with our dear students, there has been a paradigm shift today. The so-called new normal that we are talking about in almost all forums, where we are going through online classes, so-called online laboratory sessions, and so on. That is something which is very new, not only for the students, but also for us as instructors. Now, some of the changes that are taking place that we are experiencing as a community, I should say. But one thing I would like to say, this is my definitive feeling and opinion, that some of the changes that we have adapted to adjust to this changing scenario, they are not reversible. Some of these are here to stay. This COVID has taught us a number of new things. A lot of technologies were already in place, but COVID has fantastically made all of us aware of the pros and cons of many of them. And these concepts, I'm sure they will be acting as some kind of models that will be used by the regulatory bodies for framing education policies for our future generations. Now, the important thing is that institutes, colleges, they all must plan very well for their survival, because you see, unless you are aware of what is coming, how you should fit in this new ecosystem, it will be very difficult for an institute to survive in the long run. So what I am looking at it, instead of treating this as a threat, let us look at it as an opportunity. So there are enormous opportunities which suddenly we see lies in front of us. We were perhaps not really aware of such a fantastic wealth of opportunities that were in front of us. Now, talking about a few of the ways in which we have embraced this changing scenario, well, the first thing is, of course, very obvious. We are now all accustomed to teaching beyond the classrooms or very unfortunately beyond the laboratories, which doesn't really happen, as you know, for most of the disciplines. So we are talking about online mode of education. There are so many different platforms to choose from. There are so many fantastic quality materials available online today. And there are virtual laboratories, which is the next best thing vis-a-vis the actual laboratories where students can carry out their experiments themselves. So many of the institutes are using virtual laboratories for their coursework, but again, I'm repeating, this is not really what we want our students to have training on. We need them to come to the real laboratories and work with real instruments and carry out real experiments. Another thing we have been very much conversant with is that we are talking about continuous evaluation, assignments, quiz, various kinds of online class tests, and so on. So we are very much familiar with this kind of technologies today. But there are some real challenges. We are often saying that the students can take classes from the comfort of their home. But I have serious objection in that word comfort. The students are really facing an hardship. Starting from the morning till evening, sitting in front of a computer, maintaining that same level of concentration and focus is really difficult. It is at times inhuman for them. And secondly, as some of the previous speakers have rightly mentioned, in our country, we have technological and infrastructural shortcomings. So that whatever good things we can say about this online education thing, some of the students are really facing a big problem in connecting online and carrying out the regular classes and other things. So the process of evaluation is also one of the very big challenges. Many of the institutes are talking about proctored examination. But according to me, in a country like India, it is still a myth. While you cannot provide good internet connectivity to all our students, we cannot even think about conducting proctored examinations. But of course, what I mean to say is that there are enormous opportunities which lie in front of us. There are huge repertoire of resources which have already been created by experts and are available online. Swayam platform. Professor Thangaraj is here with us in this panel. So who knows better than him that there is a wealth of resources available under the Swayam platform. So we just now heard about Coursera. There is a huge wealth of resources available under Coursera, and there are many such platforms available today. So today students are being given an opportunity so that they need not be confined to the walls of the classroom for learning something. So if we are aware of this new kind of environment, we can maybe get the true potential out of the so-called choice-based learning that we have been nurturing. Even in the National Education Policy, it has been mentioned very clearly. So we should give the choice to the students rather than the teacher dictating what they should learn. There are a number of responsibilities that lie on the institutions. They need to gear up in this changing scenario. So we need to help the students. Many of them are in real trouble. What to do, how to do, we need to guide them. We need to help them reach their goal, whatever they want to. And there is a big opportunity that has come to us today. We are getting the opportunity to interact with the industry in a much closer way. Because most of the interactions are online today, we get more easily experts from industries to interact with us. So this can help us, the institutes, to bridge the demand-supply gap with respect to the students, which is so much talked about. Now, as Professor Singh has mentioned, I took over reins of the JIS University very recently. It is a private university located in Kolkata. Now, one good thing about the JIS University is that here, digital shift in the teaching learning process has been embraced since its inception. Even in the pre-COVID era, we had initiatives so that we had our in-house ERP system, we had our in-house learning management systems. So we followed the practice of maintaining archive of all class lecture videos so that even if some students miss some of the classes, they can watch the lectures offline. So in a number of ways, we're trying to consciously reduce the technology dependent variability among the different students, demographic variability, whatever you say. So because of these things, for us, the transition to this so-called new normal has been relatively easier. So I should not say very easy. So a few initiatives that we have taken is that we are in a continuous process of upgrading our curriculum with much closer interaction with the industry today. Like as an illustration, we have formally introduced online MOOC courses as part of a regular curriculum. Now students can take courses from Swayam, from Coursera as part of the regular curriculum. So we have introduced a number of societal relevant programs which are the need today. So I am citing one example, like BTech program in computer science and engineering with specializations in AI machine learning. Need not say anything about it. All of us are talking about AI and machine learning, huge applications. Cybersecurity is also a very important area. Embedded systems and robotics with the present emphasis on the so-called toy industry. This can be a very important area for the future. So we are trying to spread awareness among the student community about the challenges they are facing today and also the opportunities that beckon them. So we are trying to get the students involved more into research and innovative kind of activities through various entrepreneurial activities and projects. So of course, we are having a continuous evaluation system and consciously we are putting more emphasis on problem solving among the students. So if you look into the future, well, we are all very much optimistic that the COVID situation will ease up in the near future. But some of the lessons COVID has taught us that will forever remain with us. And they will be helping us to frame our future strategies and policies. Like the teaching learning process, the kinds of education reforms that you need to take up for the futures. So we have already learned about the benefits of the hybrid mode of learning. See, pure classroom mode of learning may not be ideal for the future. We have learned that. Maybe some kind of a hybrid mode will be best. Now, physical boundaries between the institutes shall disappear slowly. This is another dream of the national education policy. So a student can take courses from various places, various universities and institutes as per their choices. So for the next generation, a very interesting prospect waits for them. So with these, I just end my short presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Sengupta. I enjoyed this very much, and you picked on all the right themes. This business of taking advantage of the real world outside us is extremely important. We cannot confine education only to the classroom and only to the lecturing mode. And you've mentioned so many possibilities, and I'll just pick on one just to give an idea of the flavor that you put in. This business of robotics and the toy industry. I don't know how many institutions in India even think about these things. These are important and they must be brought centerfold. India has to combine knowledge with the real world, with the entrepreneurial world, and build a knowledge economy. And I think the steps that you've outlined will help us greatly in that direction. So thank you very much. I appreciate your inputs. Well, I have the distinct pleasure of introducing a newly acquired friend whose acquaintanceship at a personal level happened with me last evening. Krishnan CA. I must say I was deeply impressed that Krishnan came to me as a thorough professional. I realized how organized he is, and I'm so delighted that he's heading one of India's finest education enterprises being run by Tata Consultancy Services, which in itself is a fine organization. And Krishnan heads the ION strategy. I must say I'm not fully acquainted with this particular branch, and I'm looking forward to his inputs. But I mean, one of the things that I like about Krishnan and people like him is that they bring such enormous real-world experience, and education is all about acquiring wisdom through experience. So he's been in the banking sector, the telecom sector, the retail sector, and management, and now education. And education is nothing but blending all these experiences, taking out the best from them, making our young minds more interested, more capable, and then for them to move into the real world and enrich it further with these experiences. And Krishnan, I look forward to your presentation. Please go ahead.
Am I audible, Dr. Dinesh?
Absolutely, absolutely.
And my presentation also, I presume, is visible.
Yes.
Thank you for those very kind words, Dr. Dinesh. Just to introduce myself, I head the business unit for higher education. And this is an area that at TCS and TCS ION, we are very deeply passionate as one of the largest recruiters in the country. We recruit almost 40,000 young professionals on an average every year. In the last couple of years, given the current pandemic situation, we have worked very closely with more than 23,000 organizations. And earlier today, we also heard how the Techno India Group is implementing our solution. So we are deeply invested in looking at how we can bring technology, not just from running the institution, supporting the institution, but also play a key role as a corporate to look at curriculum and embed the industry context in the curriculum. And I'm very happy to be given this opportunity to interact with my fellow panelists, as well as the leaders from academia who have joined us today. This has been a very difficult time, but it is also a time where we have seen significant adoption of technology, not just in education, but across industries. And today, I believe that institutions are becoming more closer to the expectation of the millennial generation by adopting not just technology, but also new pedagogy in learning. So in the next 10 minutes, I want to give my perspective in the last many years interacting with heads of institutions across domains. And let me start off before we look at the strategy on what is the problem that we need to solve. And this is a quick recap. Most of us know about these challenges that has existed even before the pandemic. But it's important to just quickly highlight all of this together. As we've been discussing since morning, today, the academic curriculum has to definitely keep pace with the industry. If that is not done, then what we will end up creating is a set of individuals who are not employable. And even if we go by any statistics today, it is a known fact that India does not produce employable talent. Now, this cannot be said across consistently to every university, but this is a general challenge. As a corporate, we are aware, and we just don't want to, say that, okay, this is somebody else's problem. We want to come together, and this outreach is one of them, to see how we can sit together and address this challenge. Embed curriculum, ensure that the curriculum is kept in pace with what the industry needs, and embed the context of the industry so that this gets taken into account while institutions are designing the pedagogy. And we are playing a very important role in not just recommending, not just helping institutions design, but also take part in delivery of the curriculum. So all of these are challenges centered around the curriculum and the lack of industry context. The third area, which I think most of my panelists and leaders from academia have more or less agreed upon, is the experiential component to learning. Today, that is one area where technology can play a significant role. We need to look at our current pedagogy and not just go online. Like the previous speaker mentioned, it's not just about, taking a bunch of courses and making it available to the student. We need to do more than that. We need to look at how can we embed, the right assessment methodology, the right pedagogy, not just push content and more content, because all of these resources are available, even some of them free of cost on YouTube, and you just need to Google it. But that is not what creates great learning experience. As institutions, we need to come together and ensure that we create a program, modularize the content, contextualize it, and also at every point measure the engagement of the learner throughout the way. And that's how we can make it very experiential. The fourth context that doesn't get talked about a lot, but I believe it is a very big challenge in our country, is access to quality faculty, especially the industry is finding it hard to keep pace with some of the evolving technology. And I can imagine the root cause of the faculty shortage that the academic institutions face. Many institutions, they talk about a lot of the faculty leaving for greener pastures in the industry. And it is tough to actually attract the best of faculty to the institution. And I will talk about one of the ways on how we can overcome this challenge. The other two dimensions, which is a big challenge, is that even if we create the right pedagogy, the right courses, the right experiential hands-on, finally, we would like the students to have good quality internships where we have industry mentors, and the mentors are not just providing an internship and looking the other way. We want a structured process on how these internships are driven, so that the students get good exposure to the industry. At the same time, the industry also uses the opportunity to evaluate the student and see the fitment with the culture, with the values, as well as what the industry requires, and groom and shape up that talent. So this is a win-win situation. It is not something that the institution should be after the corporate. In fact, the corporate should come forward and provide such internship opportunities for our young minds. And we are doing a lot of that in many of the programs that we are implementing. And the last is the outcome link. Finally, we want all of this to translate into outcomes. And as I've been, mentioning it from the beginning, it is important that anything that we do, we always have an end in mind and use that to design the right interventions. So the most important aspect about all of these challenges, in short, is the involvement from the industry, leverage of technology, and look at different models. The question that I want to leave all of you with is, can we Uberize education? We have seen the platform business model adopted in multiple industries. We have seen it adopted in the transportation industry, in the the Facebook is a platform. We have seen it adopted in the in multiple industries. So can we see similar models for education? And here is my recommendation, and we are actively working with many institutions to enable this transformation. The first and the most important thing is look at programs that are not just decided and delivered by the academia or supported by technology to be delivered in a technology oriented fashion, but we need active participation from the industry. And the way we are doing it is we are going to the industry and asking, okay, what is the kind of talent that you want? And can you work with us, not just to design, but also spare your subject matter experts to deliver these programs? Because what we are creating is an outcome that the industry needs to absorb. So hence, it is our point of view that the industry needs to play a very prominent role in not just design, but also delivery of the curriculum. The second is, of course, bring in top academic institution I am of the opinion that not every course in an institution needs to be delivered by the faculty in the institution. The full course need not be delivered because of the faculty shortage. We need to see how we can create a model where the core component of the course is delivered by some of the top faculty from some of the world-renowned universities, either in India or globally, and also the subject matter experts from the industry. And we have the faculty in the college, supporting the students in absorbing the content and ensuring that other components of the program are delivered equally, because student engagement and doubt clarification is also important. So this is a collaboration where we want reputed academia and reputed industry. And we have seen that in the NEP framework that has been introduced, certain institutions are getting the license to do this, but it is also equally important that the rest of the universities absorb this and make it part of the curriculum. The third is the importance of contextual application of knowledge. We can never achieve employable talent unless we have talent and challenge them with industry relevant problems, internships, physical hands-on, internship, mentorship from the industry. So the involvement of the industry in contextualizing the knowledge is equally important, and that it should be a mandatory component of the pedagogy that we will implement. The fourth and a very important aspect is, how do we achieve all this online? I don't believe that we can achieve all of this in a pure online model. The model has to be digital, which leverages the infrastructure that the institution has adopted, and also the quality faculty that are available online virtually. So it should be a hybrid pedagogy. A great example is the TCS ION, how we were able to transform assessment in the country by partnering with over 2,400 institutions and creating over 2.5 lakh nodes to conduct these assessments. Today, many of the high-stake assessments, CAT, GATE, everyone, and many of you who are there in the call are our partners. So a similar model, we are working with some of the top institutions to set up these learning and practice zones, thereby giving access to learners to physical infrastructure that they can use to drive quality learning, and at the same time create an opportunity for the institution to monetize their infrastructure with higher usage. And as we know in economics, with higher usage, the cost of delivering comes down. So it is a win-win-win situation that we are setting up. And the most important aspect is having hands-on learning integrated and becoming a mandatory component of the pedagogy. And another reason why this is such an important component is when today, as a recruiter, when many students show us certification, we not just look at the brand of the institute, but also look at how has been certification been delivered. Is it just as simple as logging in online and just acquiring a certification, or did it involve some amount of physical, experiential, hands-on component? And because we believe that when you try something in a lab, you learn that skill much better than it's just impossible to accomplish that in a pure online model. And the most important thing is, as I mentioned, we need to look at ecosystem leverage, set up the ecosystem. Not everyone needs to do everything. That's the most important thing. And today we are, as TCS ION, setting up such an ecosystem where we have the best of academia, best of corporates coming together, creating learning interventions that the industry needs. We have the best of infrastructure providers, which are colleges who are extending their labs so that there is a locally available infrastructure for students to undergo a course which has the hands-on component. We are bringing some of the top content from content providers to embed into the curriculum so that we can help institutions translate the knowledge into engaging digital delivery, and of course supported by technology, that as one of the leading providers of technology globally that we bring in. The key message is not every institution need to be actually setting up the ecosystem, but every institute can participate in this ecosystem in multiple ways, either having their students acquire these kind of courses, or participating as an infrastructure partner, or extending their faculty if they are very good in certain domains. Clearly, the future to transform learning in the country has to be digital, has to be ecosystem led, has to be in a model where every participating partner brings what they are good at, so that collectively we can truly transform the experience for the learner and address many of the challenges that today India faces in transforming its higher education landscape. With that, thank you once again for the opportunity to share my thought process in this area. Thank you, Dr. Dinesh.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Krishnan. I enjoyed it greatly. You made many valuable suggestions. I mean, there's a whole bunch of ideas you've thrown at us. I like the concept of Uberization of education. That is the way of the future. And the sooner institutions in India and abroad understand this, the better. We have to move away from this business of what is called formal education in a full-fledged degree program. It's not going to be the way of the future. I see that completely. This hands-on emphasis, I can see that the previous speaker and you have emphasized this very much. This is very necessary, very necessary. And I will try and speak on that when my turn comes. Hopefully, I will be able to sort of by then absorb so much of what all of you are saying that I really won't have to say much, just repeat what you've said and people will give me credit. So thank you very much, Krishnan. I appreciate it very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
It gives me distinct pleasure now to introduce the next speaker, Professor Andrew Thangaraj. Professor Thangaraj is at IIT Madras, where in fact, he has also been a student. He took a BTech degree and went straight into a PhD program, which speaks about his academic credentials at one of the really fine institutions in the USA, Georgia Tech. And then he has returned to IIT Madras, where he is, in addition to his research and academic experiences and expertise, with which he contributes greatly, he's also part of this very productive project called NPTEL. So he takes care of NPTEL on behalf of Madras IIT. And he has created a whole bunch of MOOCs which are being integrated into the learning program through NPTEL. And I've seen how productive NPTEL can be and the kind of viewership it has. It's amazing. I've been looking at NPTEL programs. There is so much potential over there. And I think the sooner we listen to Professor Thangaraj, the better. So I welcome Professor Thangaraj.
Thanks a lot, Professor Dinesh, for the very kind introduction. I've had two excellent speakers before me, Professor Indranil Sengupta, who I know quite well. I've interacted quite a bit. And Mr. Krishnan, hopefully I've interacted so much with other TCS Ion personnel. Hopefully I'll meet him sometime soon as well. And you also, Professor Dinesh, I look forward to interacting with you in some other context. So let me get started with, I have a few slides. I'll describe briefly what is it that I've been doing in online and in an online education space. Professor Dinesh already mentioned NPTEL. I'll begin with NPTEL. NPTEL started way back in 2003 as a joint project of all the IITs at that time. There were 7 IITs and IISc Bangalore. And today it's one of the largest repositories for engineering content in the world, academic content, more than 2,000 courses, 45,000 hours of video. The number of YouTube hits and visits are very, very large. And from 2014, NPTEL also has started this program of certification, where we do online courses offered every semester, followed up with a physical exam through TCS Ion for that matter. And then we give a certificate for those who pass out. And Professor Indranil Sengupta is one of the very popular professors of NPTEL. He's offered 2 or 3 courses, if I'm not wrong. And his courses continue to attract a large number of students into the portal. Now, the NPTEL program sort of naturally evolved into what is now SWAYAM. So in fact, we manage, NPTEL manages the swayam.gov.in portal. And what SWAYAM has done over the past 5-6 years is mainstreaming MOOCs in India through things like credit transfer, which we're able to do working with regulatory authorities, UGC and others, and even faculty development programs. So many things are now formally regulated, and students can earn credit online, and faculty can earn their faculty development certificate programs online as well. And the numbers in SWAYAM again are mind-boggling. A huge number of students benefit from this, and I really like this formula of online courses plus in-person exams, at least for students in colleges. I think this is really the formula that works. Okay, so these are the two programs, fairly large, aimed at college students, supported by the Ministry of Education, Government of India. I should thank them for their support. So these are very, very cheap. I mean, so for the online education, it's zero cost. There's nothing. You can just go log in and register and enjoy the courses. And if you want to write an exam, it's just 1,000 rupees. So you can learn Professor Sen Gupta's courses on VLSI, for instance, and then you go write an exam, and just for 1,000 rupees, you get a certificate in your hand from IIT Kharagpur, right? So it's really, really valuable, and students across the country have benefited enormously from this exercise. I should also take this opportunity to thank every faculty like Professor Sen Gupta who offered courses.
Can you hear me, Professor Sen Gupta?
Yeah, I can hear you, but
also looks like there's something wrong with Dr. Thangaraj's internet connection. Professor Thangaraj, can you hear me? Let me see if I can get him on the phone.
I lost my connection there a little while.
Okay, I'm glad you're back. I was about to call you up. Okay.
Okay.
Please.
Let me share the screen once again. Okay. Okay. Sorry about that. So this program, we designed it after having learned so much through NPTEL and SWAYAM, interacted with students and industry and so many people across the country over so many years, and in keeping with the new education policy. So first of all, the first thing we did was do away with the joint entrance exam based difficult admission process that what very few people in India can even admit to. So the IITs have opened up to India through this program. The entry is so open. You have to come in, you have to work with us, work for 4 weeks with us, do courses, write an exam, and if you qualify, you're in. There's no ranking, there is no elimination process as such. We let everybody in. It's sort of like the CA program in some sense. If you want an analogy, people can easily get in, but there's a filter which slowly builds up specialization, and you can get out at different points also. The first stage of the program is foundation level courses. You can do those courses, and if you're happy with them, you can leave at that point. It's a certificate program, and you can get out at that point. The next level, if you get through the foundation, if you manage to clear the foundation, build up solid foundation, you get to the diploma level of the program. And if you're happy with what you picked up there, and the diploma level is the core skills, data science and programming, we know are really hot areas today in industry. Lots of skills need to be picked up there. And in the diploma level courses, you pick up those skills. And if you pick up those skills and you're happy, you can leave at that point. And the third level is the degree level. So if you really want a degree from IIT Madras, you can go through for the third year and do courses which are at that point it's a little bit more academic. You choose to specialize in some areas, and then you get out. So you can see it's an amalgamation of foundation, skills, and specialization, which is at the heart of a new BSc program, a very reimagined BSc program from one of the top institutes in the country. And if you exit, you become an alum of IIT Madras. You get a degree from IIT Madras. We maintain rigor and standards through in-person exams and quizzes. Every month there is an exam. There are 3 terms in a year, very flexible, lots of opportunities for people to work with. So this program has garnered quite a bit of attention. A lot of people know about this. And I just want to walk you through the syllabus a little bit, just to show you how we do the foundations plus skills plus specialization and make it really valuable for people who go through this program. The foundation is in math, stats, and programming and language. And then diploma really gets into the heart of it. You learn a lot about programming, a lot about data science, and amalgamation once again of programming skills, business data skills, and machine learning skills. So all 3 come together in this program, and then you do specialization. So to me, if you ask me for a recipe for how a modern bachelor's program aimed at employment and tracking people from school directly through to specializations and jobs. I think this is a very good model. This is a model that's put out by the new education policy also, and I hope this model becomes more popular among other programs in the country as well. By the way, this program has been quite successful. Our first round of admissions garnered quite a bit of applications. We're going through the second round right now. People across the country and even a few international folks are in the program. We're really happy to interact with this large group of students. I want to leave this panel with a small poll that we did with the students. So these are students across the country who are in an online program, and we asked them, what is, in one word, what would you expect, or what captures this online learning process, and the fact that you're getting a degree and all this and all that. And this is like a word cloud. There were some 1,500 odd students who actually responded to it. And this is the word cloud. I wanted to put it out there so that this panel maybe can reflect on some of these things as we think about how the future of EdTech and online learning is going to look like. The big, bold word there is interactive. And I think that's at the heart of everything. The more interactive you make your portal, the more, more engaging the learning is going to be for the students. Professor Sengupta spoke about how it's very tiring to stare in front of a computer and just keep listening to something in one direction. And in this BSc program, we've invested quite a bit into making it interactive. We have people dedicated for interaction throughout the program. And I think that came out as the number one thing. The next thing, biggest one is things like, people are very happy about IITM doing this program, a top institute from the country, it's really spending time and effort for improving the general level of quality education in the country. So I will leave the panel, my slides with this thought. I hope I conveyed a little bit about some of the initiatives that I've been involved in, and I hope this industry, particularly the EdTech industry in India, takes off and is more homegrown, is more, is more proud, and makes a big difference in the country going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Thangraj. I am delighted by your presentation. I like that poll that you conducted. I mean, first of all, I think this business of conducting such a poll should be part of the curriculum for students. Let them be learning through a hands-on method by which they could do this kind of polling, not just for feedback, but generally in life for so many other adventures. So that's a great learning experience in itself. But this word interactive, that was the most popular word. That's the key. Unless your educational experience is interactive, it is meaningless. And so I'm so glad that you picked on that. And this fact of flexibility and the choices that you're allowing for students to make lateral entries and sort of to each according to his own, those are pioneering efforts, and I commend you greatly. So thank you very much, Professor Thangraj. I enjoyed this very much. Thank you. We now come to the next speaker, Gaurav Kumar. I have not yet had the distinct pleasure of interacting with him, but I have sort of been following his work, and I'm a little bit familiar with Gaurav, what Gaurav has been busy with. Of course, he packs in more than 10 years of experience in strategy consulting. Now, life is all about strategy. And if you know what strategy is, whether if you're trying to solve a math problem, if you don't have a strategy, you're going to be in trouble. Or if you're trying to manage a company, you need a strategy. So life is really all about strategy all the time. And so Gaurav is a man of wisdom because he has so much of strategy experience in consulting. He's worked with Reliance Jio and he's worked with KPMG, some of our really well-known corporate institutions. He's also been connected with boards where there are startups, and he's also helped many startups. He also takes time out in the real world to help with social responsibility. That in itself is a huge education experience. So without much ado, I request Gaurav to enlighten us with his own inputs on this panel discussion. Gaurav, please.
Thank you, Professor. On a livelihood, once you said any gains, you're not emphasize on that. It's coming from you, someone who has probably seen 4 times of what you did. So thank you for the kind words, sir. you must have received a message from me. My flight is taking off in next couple of minutes. I have just listed down some of the things which I thought you could speak on my behalf, because I can see the attendant already sitting on my head asking me to drop off this call. So you have my message.
Sorry,
If you
I
have
missed.
Copy paste again before I drop off.
I missed your message, Gaurav, but we'll try and make the most of it. So sorry, if you have to fly, please go ahead and fly, and safe journey. Thank you. So I'm sorry, I haven't seen Gaurav's presentation. Raina, do you have a copy of this?
Pooja, can you help us with any presentation that Mr. Gaurav Kumar has so that we can share that? Pooja, do we have a presentation from Mr. Gaurav Kumar of Upgrad?
I don't have it.
So, Professor Singh, neither do I have any presentation of Mr. Gaurav Kumar.
Okay, fine.
Maybe what we can do is we can take few questions because we are running behind schedule.
Right.
Also.
So let's just get on with this. I'll add my penny's worth with your permission, Raina, or am I to skip that and we could just go to the questions if you want?
Sure. I think, let's sum up the session and go to the questions.
Okay,
Meanwhile,
great.
if you can locate any presentation from Mr. Gaurav Kumar, I will come back and inform
Sure.
you.
Okay, great. So thank you.
So,
I don't want to say too
Professor Singh, should we read out the questions for you or you have access to Q&A?
No, you'll have to read out the questions, but let me just briefly summarize what's gone on so that they'll have a better perspective on the questions. Not to take time, but to just lend perspective to the question answer session. I think everybody here has contributed greatly. The important thing is to understand that this is all about education. And what people have tried to say is that education must move into the real world and the real world must move into education. So there should be a complete hybrid approach to education. And this is nothing new. I mean, time immemorial, India and many other places, cultural identities have always emphasized this. More than 100 years ago, Rabindranath Tagore said it, that he was lamenting the fact that education has been confined to the classroom and the four walls. And he says that this is not what education should be. Mahatma Gandhi has repeatedly said this, that in the context of education, he said, and Gandhiji would never comment on anything until he had experimented and learned and drawn conclusions. Just like Rabindranath Tagore, even he drew so many conclusions from experiments. He set up a school, which he ran personally. He set up a university that functions till today. He set up a polytechnic for women on whose governing body he put India's greatest scientists. Raman, Bose, all of them were there. And then what does Gandhiji say? He says in education, what you do with your hands will enter your heart. And you look at all the great ones in the history of mankind, starting from Upanishads, where you have Haridrumat's example, all the way till today's world, and in between Kabir, Faraday, Newton, Einstein, they were all extremely gifted with their hands. They were gifted craftspersons. They had enormous skills so that they blended knowledge and skills together. That is the challenge for education. And unfortunately, education has receded into really lecturing, which is a bad thing. And I'm hoping with the advent of technology, we will move away from this a little bit. I know that we are extremely short of time and I do not wish to say anything. My final piece of advice, we were talking about giving this course in mathematics and this course in this subject, so on and so forth. Let me just tell you, in India, when it comes to the aircraft industry, we don't really make too many planes. We're mostly importing, whether they are fighter planes or passenger planes. India imports aircraft. India, every single institution in India that I know of teaches a discipline called fluid dynamics. Yet I do not know of a single institution that teaches it in a hands-on manner. Fluid dynamics is so integral to the design and manufacture of aircraft. But we teach it in abstraction on the blackboard through a textbook. And I have not come across too many students who know that this is even important or central to aircraft design. That is the problem that we face. I'm hoping that with the use of technology and some of the ideas that have come to us in this session, we will be able to open up the world in the real sense and treat the world as a university, not just the confines of the classroom or the campus. So with that, I invite questions. Raina, would you like to give us some questions?
Sure. Professor Singh, we have Mr. Ayan Pal, the CEO of Calcutta International School with us. Mr. Pal, welcome to you in this session. I'll just read out his questions. He has asked us quite some time back, but I'd like to take the questions now because we didn't take questions earlier. I'll read out the questions in sequence. Maybe you can choose which ones who will answer. Is there any education policy document which states what we want from a citizen? Job, respectful employment, knowledgeable about political and social rights, that is, and have an understanding of society, politics, culture, economics, psychological aspects, citizens' rights, understanding life skills, civic society and sense, etc. Citizen profile.
Rana, 1 minute. So please ask your participants to keep the questions brief and to the point, okay? I mean, giving us examples is not going to, it's just going to take more time. So what he's trying to ask is, do you give wholesome, holistic education, if I understand him correctly? And that's what education is supposed to do, but you cannot teach and should not teach everything. And I would like someone here from my panelists to answer this question. Would anyone like to take a go at this?
So I think it's many universities do a reasonable job of it. I think students, for instance, student organizations, if you take IIT Madras, just to give you a brief look at how IIT Madras functions, students control a lot of things like, cultural organizations, cultural events, participation in political issues, social issues. They demonstrate today. So it's a very different situation from what it was before. So I think at least in centrally funded universities, which are open to students organizing and and having student activity, it's very good. But I think if you go beyond them, many universities may not encourage that too much. Then I think that goes down. I think as long as we encourage students to organize, we are okay.
Okay, good. I hope that satisfies my questioner. Rana, could you move on to the next question, please?
So he has lots of questions, Professor Singh. I'm just scouting for what exactly he's, I know, but there are not much. So I will just take 2 or 3 questions from him and then move over to the next person. So I think he's saying, he's also asking, are we taking citizen profile and student profile in mind?
What does that mean? Student profile.
We have to understand the requirement of 21st century skills as things are ever changing, disaster, calamities, etc.
Oh, I see.
So with perspective to that.
So with the permission of the panel, maybe I'll just say something about this. Let me tell you something. I graduated from high school many, many years ago. So several of you Andrew may not even have been born when I graduated from high school. And I know that Rana hadn't been born, certainly. What did I learn? We had 11 years of schooling. So I graduated in the 11th grade. The mathematics that I was taught then is still enough for me to do well in a graduate program in mathematics after all these years. So let's not worry too much about things changing. I'll tell you what really works. What works is that you give them a wholesome experience, which does the following. The means, let me not talk about them. What I'm talking about is what it should result in. Education is all about discovering your own self. Antaratma ki khoj hai. Each one of us carries a drumbeat within. We have to discover this drumbeat, and that's not education, that's part of it. And then start marching in the real world in harmony with this drumbeat, and that's when you start getting educated. It's a lifelong process. Mahatma Gandhi had no university degree. People have this false notion that he had a law degree. No, he didn't. He just qualified to practice law. Tendulkar has no formal education beyond school. Which one of the two will you say was not educated? Why? Because both of them found their inner drumbeats. So the purpose of education should be through wholesome experiences to divert and get people to move into paths that allow them to find their drumbeats, and all the skills that you talk about will gradually descend upon them. make it hands-on, make it group activity, make it problem solving, and don't worry that we haven't taught them enough. This is a lifelong process. Go ahead, Raina.
So I have another question from Mr. V. Senthil. He's asking us, does our internet infrastructure reach all parts of rural India?
I don't have any data, but I think maybe Andrew or maybe Krishnan could say something about this.
I can.
Yeah. Professor Sengupta, go ahead, please.
Make one call. One of our panelists was in the airport, but still he could not connect well to the internet. And we are thinking about rural India. So things are not as rosy as we sometimes claim to be. There are many parts of the country where connectivity is really very poor. So we are experiencing with our students, some of them stay in villages where they have to travel 10 kilometers, 20 kilometers to get a decent internet connection.
Okay. So there you are. Professor Sengupta has given us some good insights into that. Raina, are you happy with the answer?
Sir, I would be happy with any answer as long as my attendees are happy. So we will move over to the next question. Yes.
Can I just add
go on, tell us.
Very practical example. So the challenge of rural infrastructure and connectivity is a definite problem that we need to be aware of and look at technology on how it can, be addressed. And the question is not, can it be done? The question is definitely that, do we know or do we have organizations coming forward and understanding how it is done? To give an example, we in TCS, we conducted the TCS ION test, which is the TCS National Qualifier Test. So I spoke earlier today on how we need to benchmark the employability in the country. We had over 1.1 million students in the country who have taken this, who have registered for this test, over 5.5 lakh students who have taken this test. And 79% of the students are from Tier 2, Tier 3 cities, a large majority from, not from the Tier 1 cities. So it is a great example of creating inclusivity. I also spoke about the infrastructure that we have created in ION, over 2,400 institutions across the country, across all districts, over 2.25 lakh nodes. Today, it is definitely possible to create, a lab and infrastructure in every local city. It is definitely possible, but do we have the will? Can we all come together? It cannot be done just by a single partner. We all have to come together to make this happen, as I mentioned, and set up this ecosystem, which leverages technology, but at the same time leverages also the infrastructure setup that the institutions have created. And we should, definitely be able to overcome this challenge by, by coming together collectively and addressing it.
Okay, thank you, Krishna. Thank you very much. Rana, any more questions?
Yes, I'll just take two more questions. I think that should take us to the end of the session because we are running behind schedule. Dr. Sheetal Bhandari is asking us, can NPTEL float few courses as per academic calendars specific to our institute so that we can embed it in our program structure?
So, Dr. Andrew, would you like to answer that?
Yeah, so we try and keep our calendar, so to speak, as closely aligned to as many institutes in the country as possible. There are more than 4,500 institutes who have signed up with us for becoming NPTEL local chapters, and they all come from different parts of the country. They all have their own calendars. So it's almost impossible to merge all the calendars and get everybody to follow the same calendar. So we've tried very hard to do it, and we're quite flexible in the way courses are run. We have 2 start dates, 2 end dates, 2 exam dates. So I would urge the institutes to look at our calendar. We have published the calendar already for the next 3 years. So you have the calendar with you.
3 years, pretty good.
So you have the dates with you. It's just a question of talking to your organizations and adjusting from there. I think it's difficult to have one date for everybody.
Thank you, Andrew, for this useful input. Okay, Rana,
so,
your last.
Yes, last question, because our next panelists are raising a question because of the spillover of the program. So we have it from Mr. Batish Gurvinder Singh. What happens post-COVID is his question. Will this same continue or will it be a downward trend? Does corporates recognize online education certification? Is government taking any steps on
We can't
recognizing
answer
the...
too many questions. Let's just pick one. So pick the
it's
first one.
together, you know, he is structured that one question into breakup of questions. So if I can just complete the question, maybe you can sum up the question. Is government taking any steps on recognizing the online education certificates so that it gets recognized and accepted?
Where different agencies provide different kind of certifications, and I think government recognizes NPTEL, for instance. And nowadays, it's not even so important for government recognition. If the market recognizes your certification, that is also pretty good. And maybe Krishnan and Andrew and Sengupta Sahab could say something about it very, very quickly. Very, very quickly.
I can say, number one, is that, in our curriculum, we have kept some of the elective slots where students can pick up courses from NPTEL. That way, the calendar doesn't matter which courses are being offered what time.
Okay.
And secondly, we have signed an MOU with Coursera, but some of our regular courses in our curriculum are getting mapped to similar courses that are available on Coursera basket.
Okay. Thank you. So that's a kind of recognition. Anyone else wants to contribute?
So
please go ahead.
Yeah, so I've been closely involved with regulatory agencies through my capacities in NPTEL and SWAYAM and all that. UGC has officially put out regulations for online degrees in the country, and institutes in the top 100 NIRF ranking can offer degrees online. There's absolutely nothing wrong with it. It's recognized as much as anything else, in my opinion.
Okay, good. Thank you. Krishnan, you wanted to have the last word?
Yeah, sure. To sum up, as Dr. Dinesh mentioned, one is the regulatory approval, but most important question is, will corporates recognize this? Because the corporate are the one who are going to absorb. And as part of the design, which I've been recommending since the beginning, we need to create courses with the involvement of the industry. The moment you get the industry involved in the courses are automatically going to be designed as per their needs. And there is going to be better buy-in in terms of taking the talent, because they are involved in not just design delivery, but also, to, absorb the talent, because finally we are creating talent for the industry. And hence it's very important to have such courses integrated. And once you do that, I think they will, the outcome will be automatic.
Thank you. So with this, I am afraid we have run out of time, and I think Rana will have a hard time convincing the next panel that we were trying to be responsible. I want to thank each one of my panelists for taking part in this lively discussion, giving their wisdom, and to Rana for being so patient with all of us. We are all very errant panelists, but thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Singh. I'd just like to request all of the panelists in this session that Professor Indranil Sengupta, Mr. Krishnan, Professor Andrew Rangaraj, and Mr. Gaurav Kumar, you will all have access to the questions in the same screen, and we've not been able to address all of the questions because of the paucity of time. So I would request you kindly to try and answer as many questions as possible on the chat box itself. That will be on the question answer box itself. That will be good for our attendees.
Very good suggestion. Thank you, Rana.
Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you for the panel.
Bye-bye.
Thank you for your deliberations.
Bye, everyone.
So with that, thank you so much, all of our attendees, for having the patience to continue with this program, Icc Edtech Summit. May I also introduce the second panel, which is on infrastructure and mindset challenges and opportunities. This particular panel would be moderated by none other than our committee member and the most esteemed Professor Dr. Anupam Basu, Director of NIT Durgapur. Very welcome, Dr. Basu. A short introduction of Dr. Basu in this particular program. Professor Anupam Basu is the Director of National Institute of Technology, Durgapur, and is Professor on LIEN, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, IIT Kharagpur. He is an active researcher in the area of cognitive and intelligent systems, embedded systems, and language processing. He has led a number of projects for technology-enabled education, especially for school education and those with physical disabilities. He is also taught at the University of California at Irvine and at the University of Guelph, Ontario, Canada. He is an Alexander von Humboldt Fellow, a Fellow of the Indian National Academy of Engineering, Fellow of the Cybernetic Society of Germany, Fellow of Engineering Society of Detroit, and International Research Affiliate, University of California, Irvine. The awards won by him include the State Award for the Best Contribution to the Cause of Empowerment of the Disabled, Emphasis Universal Design Award 2011, Contributions in Design for the Disabled by National Council for Promotion of Employment of Disabled Person, the National Award for the Best Technology Innovation for the Physically Disabled 2007, and the Da Vinci Award 2004 from the Multiple Sclerosis Society of Michigan for the Best Technological Innovation for the Physically Challenged. Along with Dr. Anupam Basu, I also have Mr. Vinay Sharma, CEO and Director, Convergent Digital Education Private Limited, Professor S.P. Singh, Vice Chancellor, Assam Global University, Mr. Antarpreet Singh, Director, Digital Learning, Indian School of Business ISB, Mr. Alok Tibruwal, Secretary, Om Dayal Education Research Society and Managing Trustee, DPS Ruby Park. May I request you, Dr. Anupam Basu, to please take the session forward along with our esteemed other panelists. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Raina. Am I audible?
You are audible.
Yes, I'd like to welcome all the 4 eminent speakers who are in this session. The topic of this session is also very challenging. I'd say it's very important given the discussion that has taken place in the earlier panel. All said and done, ultimately we need the infrastructure to be there. And another component that has been put in the title of this topic is mindset. And I consider mindset to be an integral part of the infrastructure. Whatever infrastructure we can put in, unless we have a proper mindset, we will not be able to achieve the goal. And why infrastructure? This session actually bears a special interest to me because in our country, often we jump on implementation of the decisions, and more often than not, we put the cart before the horse. Now, this COVID pandemic has actually shown us where we stand. Although TCS ION has mentioned about Tier 3 cities, towns being connected, I myself work in villages. I go to the villages, and especially in the eastern part of the country, I am sure Professor Sengupta, if he is still there, will agree with me that actually the students do not get access to the internet. We have got the policies, and I was personally involved in the Web Swan project of the government of West Bengal, where it was supposed to go to every panchayat, but the fiber ended at the block offices in most of the cases. The last mile was never covered. And that is the most important problem that we have. As regards online education, one thing is, of course, internet accessibility, but that's not all. The infrastructure means it also includes the tools and devices. Not only, I'm not talking of hardware devices. The devices are the teaching learning materials. How we make the materials so that it is amenable and is suitable for being delivered across the internet. It has to be different from the way we do it in one-to-one teaching in the classrooms. So I am expecting a very lively discussion. I'll pitch in at intermediate points, but I'll start with by inviting Mr. Vinay Sharma, who is the CEO and Director of Convergia Digital Education Private Limited, which is an educational technology company of S. Chand Group. He has got 20 years of experience as a business leader and is currently leading digital business, digital transformation and investments. He has significant experience in technology and consumer sectors. He is an MBA from IIM Calcutta, and prior to that, he had an engineering background. So most welcome, Mr. Vinay Sharma, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much, Professor Basu, for your kind words. And it's been indeed an honor and a pleasure to be part of this august company and be discussing these important issues with all of you. Well, I think I'll just start with a small presentation which I have created. I guess all of you can see the presentation. Yeah.
Yes, it's visible. Please continue.
So I think the way I have looked at infrastructure and mindset is I've looked at a broader challenges of infrastructure and other areas which our education currently is facing. And then I have, basis my experience and understanding, looked at some of the challenge, some of the opportunities or some of the trends which we are seeing. And in fact, COVID has played a lot of role in accelerating some of those trends. So I'm somebody who has worked a lot in technology and last 10 years also in EdTech. So I have been somebody who has been a big promoter of using technology for education, but keeping education as the primary tools. I think sometimes we actually intermix these things. Technology is a tool and education is the end. So that is something that we always should keep in mind. Now, in terms of the challenges that we are facing, I think some of these have been a long-term challenges, as Professor Dinesh also rightly mentioned that these things have been there for long. And the first biggest challenge I still see is access. And as Chan Group, we go to across all the corners of the country and we go to tier 3, tier 4 towns also. And still we find if you go to deeper geographies, smaller districts, villages, access to education is still not there. And especially during Corona, we have seen that while on one side, that was a big opportunity for technology to help us actually get education. And thanks to our networks and thanks to the platforms that we've had, all of us have been able to support our schools and teachers in providing quality education. But at the same time, if you look at the ASER report, which came somewhere in 2020, September, only 57% of students out of the survey had access to a smartphone. So we still have part of India which is still not able to access the quality education which all of us are. Second are the economic challenges. Whether we believe it or not, there's a high correlation between access and financial status of the person. So third, I think important thing is awareness. I mean, on one side, we have beautiful examples of what Dr. Thangaraj shared, that IIT Chennai degree. But, I think the idea is that how do we promote, how do we make sure that our students down in villages or smaller districts are aware of the kind of options which Word now offers them. So I think these are some of the challenges which we are solving to a large extent, but still continue to be our challenges. Second, of course, I think despite solving access challenge to some extent, quality of education continues to be an area of concern. And that is where probably technology will play a large role. And I'll come to how we can look at addressing some of these challenges. So infrastructure, obviously, I mean, India has a gross enrollment ratio of somewhere around 26, but our objective is to take it to 50. But do we have the money? Do we have the infrastructure to create so many universities and colleges? I don't think so. So that continues to be a big challenge. Second is availability of good quality teachers. I mean, I face this majorly in schools. We work with some of the tier 3, tier 4 schools providing our curriculum solutions. And when you go to those towns, you can get as good quality of teacher as you can find in that city or town. So that continues to be a big challenge as far as quality of education is concerned, which is why, all of us keep on focusing on the top-notch institutes, and everybody wants to go into those institutes and not in the tier 2 and tier 3 institutes, right? So the idea is to make sure that those institutes also are able to deliver, what we are envisaging to deliver. Of course, as I mentioned, finance, funding for building colleges and universities, affordability. The other big challenge is even if people want to get quality education, I mean, if you leave the government institutes apart, can they afford that education? So how do they make sure that whatever they're spending is actually something that they will get the worth? Which comes to my next topic, ROI, delivery versus expectations, which I think earlier Mr. Krishnan also alluded to. That today, if I'm spending 4 years or maybe a couple of lakhs or more than that on my degree, then when will I get the ROI for that? First of all, will I get a job for that or not? Second, will I be able to earn money to get that? So what is the ROI in higher education? I think that's a universal question which all of us need to address. And I think the other thing is, as also mentioned in the past discussion, there's a gap between what industry is asking for and what our syllabus is telling us or teaching us. So these are some of the challenges which are mindset or infrastructure combined, which we are currently also kind of jostling with. Then, of course, I think last 5-7 years, we have seen the real world has really changed, and there's a huge transformation which is happening. And that change is continuing and becoming faster and faster. So there is a disconnect between what we are teaching in our colleges, universities, and schools and where the real world is going, which is where one of the suggestions Mr. Krishnan said was to connect industry or involve industry with the institutes. So, and this change is going to only accelerate. I don't think this is a change which has happened. This is going to go, and jobs are transforming. So if you look at today, the half-life of our skills are not more than 5 years. In IT, though, it is not even more than 2 years. So even if you have done a 4-year degree, after 3 years, that whatever you are taught, even if it was relevant that time, is no longer relevant. So how do you address that disappearing of current jobs and appearance of new jobs? Then, of course, skills redundancy. How do you make sure that in a career of, let's say, around 30 years, you are relevant, you are competent, and you are in demand? So these are some of the larger challenges which have come up now, which our education and all of us are facing. Well, I think the challenges are really large, but of course, there are some opportunities or trends which I wanted to put before the panel and highlight, where we see the world is moving. So if you look at the key trends, I think one is we are seeing increasing adoption of technology. There's a change in consumer behavior. Now consumers are getting comfortable with technology, whether for buying, whether for studying, whether for learning. I mean, if you look at the KPMG report, the searches for education actually increased 3 times in a year's time. The watching of videos for education increased 4 times within a year. So there is a huge consumption of education or learning which is going on change. And I think we need to be aware of that, because as a company, we also always say we are in the content delivery business. And we need to be aware of what are the forms of content consumptions which users are preferring or learners are preferring. So that is how we need to make sure that we are present across those channels of content consumption. Second is, I think technology is becoming affordable. You know, now a smartphone is available for, let's say, around $5,000. Internet consumption or rates have decreased. So there is a wider penetration of technology and there is a wider acceptance of technology which has happened. And secondly, I think the ecosystem also is now becoming much more friendlier. You have a lot of stuff which is available. You have devices, you have connectivity, you have content, you have people who understand how the content, you have people who can teach you that. So I think there is a massive movement towards technology becoming the key, one of the major delivery platform for consumption of knowledge as well as teaching and learning. I think one big trend, which is I think one of the best I like, is there's a massification of higher education. Gone are the days when you have to go to that topmost institute to learn from that professor. And everybody is kind of trying to do that for last 5 years, cracking that entrance exams. Today, thanks to MOOC, and I think the best example that is given by Professor Andrew Thangraj. I mean, you can do a BSc degree from one of the prestigious institutes, which is IIT Chennai, sitting at your home through your computer, right? So I think, and similarly, MOOCs, online degrees, all this is actually massifying the education, which is what is required. Education should be available to all, irrespective of your location, irrespective of your financial position, irrespective of your pedigree. So I think that is the big trend which we are seeing, and this will actually not only make access much wider, it will also make it very affordable. So that is, I think, something that is a big opportunity, and I think all of us are even gaining from it. Then I think the other thing, again, if you look at the example of BSc, IIT degree, modular options for learning. I mean, why shall I be stuck for 4 years if I can do something for 1 year and start earning? And once I've done that, I should not be penalized for it. I should have again an option of going back after 2 years and upgrading my credentials. And that is something which NEP also is now talking of, modular learning. That's another big trend which I think is going to become big. And you now have boot camps for 6 months. You have micro credentials. You have industry certifications. You have full-fledged degrees. So I think the number of options for a student are going to multiply depending on his or her situation, preference. There will be options available for him to consume. I think another important thing is ROI-based education. Ultimately, I think whenever I invest in something, whenever I invest in education, I want to know what is my ROI. And in fact, there is something now interesting which is happening. Many institutes in private sector are now offering something called income sharing agreements, which means that once you do the course, you get employed, and then you will pay back the fee as a part of your income, which is where it is being promised that my course will deliver what you are looking for, which is a good career. And once you start earning, then you start paying me, which is where suddenly the ROI of education becomes very clear. Then, of course, I think thanks to technology, now we have an option of personalized learning at a scale. The best example of personalized learning was having a private tutor, but that not everybody can afford. Now, because of technology, because of adaptive learning, because of artificial intelligence, we can design learning routes, we can design paths for individual learning, we can provide material or assessments basis individual's own state. So I think that is a big thing that is going to happen, where we can personalize learning to user at a large scale because of technology intervention. And I think another very, very big trend, which I think people will have to jostle with, is gone are the days of learn for once and earn forever. So you're no longer in that scenario. You do a best in class degree and then you are done for your life. Now you have to continue to learn throughout your life. Every 3-4 years, you'll have to upgrade yourself. You'll have to learn something new to be relevant, to be in demand, and to be employed. So I think lifelong learning is something which will become a reality of life, and it will also, in a way, affect the way our education institutions are actually delivering education. So I think these are some of the trends and opportunities which I see in this domain. So that is it from me, and thank you for hearing. Thank you for patience.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sharma. So, am I audible? My
Yes.
video I can't see.
Yes,
I can't see my video.
Yes.
Am I audible? I'm totally in the dark.
You are audible, sir.
We can hear you.
Okay, yeah. But am I visible? No, I think.
Yes, you are.
Okay, somehow something happened in my side. So thank you very much, Mr. Sharma, for your crisp and enlightening discussion. I particularly like your stressing on the point of teachers training and making the teachers aware. It will need a sea change in our teaching community, attitude of the teaching community, the training of the teaching community. But during this COVID pandemic, we could see that our teachers have picked up very fast.
That's right.
And have responded to it very well, but that's also very important. And the lifelong learning is also another very important aspect of the whole thing. I now go to Professor S.P. Singh, who is the Vice Chancellor of Assam Royal Global University. It is his second stint, I think, as the Vice Chancellor there. Am I right? Yes.
Right.
So he has been in the leadership of academic institutions for long. And in the meanwhile, he once joined the Amity Education Group as Senior Vice President and uplifted it to a large extent. And he's by training a geologist, an MBA and a law graduate, PhD in strategic management, and he's an ardent baseball player. Where do you play, sir?
It was long. University of Lucknow was having that opportunity for us.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. I could see an Indian baseball player for the first time. Okay, over to you, Professor Singh.
Thank you so much, the session moderator, Professor Basu. And it was really a delight to meet you here, though virtually from NIT Durgapur. I visited once upon a time way back in 2009-10 to appoint few faculty members from there. Other eminent panelists, Mr. Amarpreet Singh from ISB, and we have Vinay Sharma, CEO and Director, Convergia Digital, and also Alok Tibriwal, who is also Secretary on the Dayal Educational Foundation. So very, very eminent panelist we have. And I was part of earlier, deliberation. I was listening to Professor Dinesh Singh and everybody. And I must, in the very beginning, thanks CII, Icc Edtech Summit organizers to give me a chance. Is Rena and Pooja. Thank you so much. Let me first, convey to you all that whatever Mr. Vinay Sharma has actually deliberated, so that has made my deliberation or maybe time little easy, because I'll not take much time because most of the important points have been covered by him. So I'll try not to repeat those important points which has already been covered to save the time. The topic for the today's panel discussion was educational technology trends in India, Vision 2025. That is the main theme. And the sub-theme which has been given to this panel is infrastructure and mindset, challenges and opportunities. So I'll stick to that particular point only, but I will just modify this topic a little bit because of my baseball or maybe because of my positivity. I will say that infrastructure and mindset, opportunity and challenges. So I'll first talk about opportunities because I personally believe every challenge has more opportunities than challenges. So that is the way I have learned my life in my childhood till this time, and I believe in that. So as far as like opportunities are concerned, so first of all, let me have a disclaimer before I speak further. One is that whenever I'm going to speak on anything with respect to technology or the education system, I will not be able to cover each and every aspect of it because there's a lot of diversity with respect to technology, with respect to education system of this country, and with respect to the diversity of location, diversity of culture, diversity of everything. Because my association with the APJ Abdul Kalam Technology University for almost 8 years, working for top to bottom institutions, I know the realities from small institutions situated in Mahoba, Uttar Pradesh, or the top level institutions situated in Greater Noida and Noida. The huge difference between each and every. But everywhere we have a student. We are responsible for each and every student if we are in the sector. Mute yourself.
Somebody please mute yourself. Somebody is unmuted. Those who are not speaking, please mute yourself.
I give an example.
Alok. Yeah, thank you so much. I'm so sorry. I was got a little disturbed. We professors are like that. We do not want any disturbance. But then that is the lecture way of doing it. I think the time has changed. Every time we have so many people around and technology around us. So this is my disclaimer, number one. And number two, we are not going to talk about digital divide or education divide that we all know very well and that is prevailing. So these are my two disclaimers. And most important thing that we know about technology, and we all have heard it and we have experienced it during the Corona time in 1.5 years, that we cannot sustain and we cannot have the quality education without technology. The hybrid is the new normal. The hybrid is the new normal for many institutions, or for many of them, hybrid will be a new normal in due course of time. I'm repeating, hybrid will be a new normal. So that depends upon, because one size does not fit all. Institutions situated in a very remote area without connectivity and other things may take few more years, and the mindset and infrastructure will be created in due course of time, and they will be able to catch up the other part of the education sector in due course of time. Our national education policy is also of the opinion that gradually we will reach to a situation where we will be able to adopt to technology. We will be able to adopt MOOC, SWAM and other SWAM Prabha and other courses, Coursera, and so on and so forth, but not fit for all. But the government of India, especially University Grant Commission, has recently given us a draft document talking about the digital delivery and 30 to 40% course curriculum to be covered through MOOC, SWAM and other platforms. Every university, every institution is trying to work upon that. But as we have seen today and different deliberations, that infrastructure will be a very, very important point, as our moderator has said in the very beginning. What can be done? Mindset. This is another very important point today, mindset. I would say the mindset is like, it's at 4 levels. Mindset of the government for the education sector, not only for schools, but also for government universities, central and state, or deemed to be universities or IITs and NITs. Every level infrastructure is always less. I will say always less. Even in IIT, something more is required, or maybe a small school in Duliajan and Dumduma in Assam also requires something to be done. That may be very primary thing, and that somewhere it will be high-end thing. So infrastructure fight and infrastructure upgradation will be a regular phenomena, and the huge fund will be required for that, for both the sides. One, for the educational institutions to create infrastructure for digital platforms and with connectivity and everything, as well as I've been told by Vinay ji that 55% was having smartphone. So another 45% need to have even tablets or smartphone with them. Many governments, including UP government once upon a time, has given free laptops and other gadgets or maybe tablets to the student. I think along with now the fee structure of every school and university, these gadgets should be a compulsory part of it in place of providing them books and other things. I think I will not say midday meal because that is a different issue, but I think the gadgets and electronic equipments with low cost connectivity and economically viable products should be given to them. That is the first thing government should do. That may take a lot of time, a lot of money. 6% will not be enough because we have to do it in a big way for the country. And if I recall, there's something called a National Knowledge Network, NKN. I mean, that provides internet connectivity at a cheaper cost, free of cost to all government central universities and maybe and the government universities by and large. But that is also, that particular thing is not being given after after some time being stopped for private institutions, and they have made some bars that NAC A institution and this and that. NAC A, NAC B, or NAC C, that there are different demarcations. But frankly speaking, NAC A, NAC B, NAC C do not stop students to take admission in NAC C institution. So they are also our student. They also require equal opportunity, not the digital divide, not the education divide. So whatever the policies to be made, that should be made for each tier, not for one tier, not the top tier, because the feeding of the top tier institutions, NITs and IITs, are being fed by B grade and C grade universities or institution as per NAC. I mean, if you go and do the survey of the professors and teachers involved in IITs, NITs, and central universities, many of them have gone from Guwahati University, Dibrugarh University, Royal Global University. Unless and until we have a feeder mechanism there to support the higher level institution, nothing will happen. But the policies are always being made in such a manner so that they disintegrate between the top level and maybe middle level institution. And that is something which government need to think in due course of time. Opportunities are many. And I think the students and mindset of teachers, and everybody has talked about it. I can say about my university, every student has appeared in online examination, every teacher, 99% connectivity we have managed. We have contacted Jio, we have contacted Airtel, Vodafone, requested with the IP number to connect my student to the connectivity if they were having problems of the connectivity. If the university will think in that direction, I think there will be not a problem. So this is what I wanted to say and conclude by saying that quality can only be enhanced when we have a hybrid mode. The teachers training is also two types. One, because I was into teacher training for 5 years. One is that we give on the digital platform in the classroom, but also there is a competition when this digital platform will be utilized by the student to compare my delivery and the delivery of XYZ, which is there on the MOOCs and FEM platform. They will compare with me and I will be compelled to enhance my quality. So that is another very, very important point of, and everybody has been exposed to the world, not only NITs and IITs and IIT Madras, but throughout the world. So quality will automatically enhance at the quality level institution, but it will be not one fit for all. It will be gradual with some kind of, very straightforward way. That is that technology differs from context to context, and implication in Indian context will be differentiated at different levels. So this is what I want to say, Professor Basu, and I will have taken 10-12 minutes of my scheduled time. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Professor Singh. Two very wonderful points I would like to take home. One is, of course, that this sort of proliferation of internet and access to internet for education has also put the teachers in a challenge themselves for better quality. And that is, I can also say it has also democratized education much more, because now the students also have got a choice. And the other point that you made, I'd like to emphasize and harp on that. the education system in India must do away with the caste system. There is a prevailing, I don't mind whoever takes note of this, but at all fora, I say this, there is a caste system and there are some preconceived ideas, and based on that resources are allocated, and consequently people do not have a first chance to fail. You must give them a chance to fail before you expect them to succeed. You don't give them any chance. Only the rich becomes richer. I myself have taught 35 years at IIT Kharagpur, but still I have got no hesitation in saying that. And if that can be democratized a little bit, the infrastructure can be spread out even more. And if this panel discussion or this seminar is of any value whatsoever, I request the Indian Chamber of Commerce to make this a policy recommendation.
Sure, thank you.
To be more liberal towards all the institutes and have a much more democratic form and give people a chance to fail. So thank you very much, Professor Singh. Next, I move to Mr. Antarprit Singh, who is the Director of Digital Learning of a very well-renowned business school, Indian School of Business. And he is also a thought leader, speaker, and a researcher in digital transformation, digital HR, strategic entrepreneurship, with 35 years experience with global technology companies such as Lucent AT&T, Alcatel-Lucent, Reliance Jio, and he was also the Asia Pacific head for Alcatel-Lucent University, which are 24 campuses in APAC and presence in 117 countries. So we really look forward to hearing from you, Mr. Singh. Please keep yourself restricted to 10 minutes. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Basu. I'll only speak. I don't have slides, so I'll finish it within 10 minutes. When I looked at the topic which was given to this panel, mindset and infrastructure. So the topic itself looked very fascinating to me. And in all my master classes, in all the conferences, I've been saying that digital transformation is all about mindset. It's not a technological intervention. Technology, as I jokingly say that we've been in Hyderabad for last 3 years, so which is a biryani capital. That doesn't matter which salt you put. The recipe is important. The salt could be Tata Namak or ITC Namak. That doesn't matter. So whether you take Azure as a cloud or you take Google Cloud or Amazon Cloud, first is the mindset. Now, the way I characterize the whole situation, I call it BC stage, before Corona stage. Now, before Corona, I would interact with a lot of conferences. Those are physical at that time, with vice chancellors, with directors, with academic leaders, in terms of digital transformation. And I could feel, and I can openly submit it and share it, that there was only a lip service. There were only, 3-4 institutions. IIM Bangalore, IIT Mumbai, ISB, which had seriously taken initiatives with strategic global partnerships and clear-cut strategic roadmap for digital transformation with funds allocated. The issue was that nobody wanted to spend money, and especially the education in private sector. The ROI, the trust or the board will always look at will be shy of, they'll talk about digital transformation. And then came the pandemic. The campuses were locked. Nobody had any choice. So we started, but we call it as a COVID-induced digital transformation. But I am not happy with this digital transformation, because this is a very unidirectional transformation. Being online is just one dimension. And I keep saying that we have digital classrooms. Even this is a digital conference room, so as to say, where we all are speaking. We are not sitting next to each other. And digital classroom and digital in the classrooms. When the campuses will unlock, we still can have digital in the classrooms by way of lot of digital infrastructure. And again, I will redefine infrastructure in a while. What do we mean by infrastructure? So that mindset in terms of during the COVID, the mindset was get digital whichever way. Few months earlier, it was not. It was a lip service. And now I would like to see when the moment of truth comes, when the campuses are unlocked, that is where our much hyped or much talked about blended learning model will be tested. And why I say it is hyped, because everybody talks of blended, and we will see. I'll be very happy if everybody implements blended model. But then we should not fall back to the previous, before BC stage of again abandoning digital transformation. Now, when we talk of infrastructure, and Professor Basu very rightly said that infrastructure is not about, and this is in my words, it's not about servers or digital platforms or digital tools or apps or some machine learning algorithms. It starts with your mindset. It starts with a strategic orientation. It starts with a strategic roadmap for your institution. Then comes the portfolio, which I think many speakers, Professor SP Singh, Mr. Vinay Sharma spoke about, the previous panel spoke about a modular portfolio with many exit points. 1 year I get diploma, 2 years, 3 years I get degree, 4 years I get something like this. And that portfolio, which is now enabled by our NEP 2020, here I must slightly go off the track, but then I'll again be back on the track. Our digital economy is growing at a CAGR of 34%. From 250 billion US dollars today, because I run these sessions across the country, we are going to be a $1 trillion economy by 2025, 4 years from now. And that economy is going to support 65 million, 6.5 crore new age jobs. Are we prepared in terms of infra or mindset? And then we say there are no jobs, there are jobs, there are no skills in the market. That's the issue. So in the 4 years, we will be having skills. And are we prepared? Have we built that infra to prepare students to take up those 6.5 crore jobs? And now I come back to the same point where I left the talk and went to the digital economy path, portfolio. And after portfolio is the infra for digital curriculum design and development. It's a life cycle, stage after stage after stage. That is the infra we require. Infra doesn't mean that we have given it to this data center, we have this server room, we have this storage, we have this fascinating digital platform. No, it is about the complete life cycle, curriculum design, development, and we often confuse delivery with digital transformation. Delivery is only one part. The way you order to Zomato, it is the complete life cycle. Delivery is the last part. But you take out your app, you go through various processes, and the COVID-induced digital transformation has digitized many processes, which hopefully, the sense I was getting in few conferences where eminent vice chancellors were speaking, was that we never ever imagined that this process can be digitized. Now that it has been digitized, especially in context of admission process, we are not going to leave it. And we would stick with it when the campuses get unlocked. Now, this is the mindset shift which we expect. And when we talk of infrastructure, the infrastructure should lead us to what the previous panel was saying, and they were showing the poll, the interactive, the experience of the student. Today, education is all about student experience. It's not about me. It's not about the faculty. It's of course, faculty is the guru. Faculty is providing the mentoring, providing this thing. And that's why, although I am a very strong advocate of digital transformation, I say that Guru Shishya model in a physical, this thing is a must. Whether no matter how much digitalization you do. So the point I am making is that the infrastructure has to focus on the complete life cycle. The infrastructure has to focus on immersive learning experiences, and the real digital transformation, success of a digital transformation program requires change in mindsets. It's a change management program. It's a behavioral program, and it's a multidisciplinary approach to digital transformation, not just a digital platform or app or digital tool. And this is the kind of infrastructure and the mindset. See, mindset moves mountains. I mean, mankind has achieved everything through mindset. I mean, whether it's an Olympic medal or it is climbing up to Mount Everest or doing anything or building a dam or building a hydel power at a very, very difficult kind of a terrain, it's all through the mindset. So I conclude my arguments by saying that it is the mindset which will drive. Our mindsets have changed, but is the change sustainable? Because the moment campuses are unlocked, will we go back to the BC stage, which hopefully we will not. And I would be very happy if the blended learning model, which we are talking in every conference, will be tested. And there the infra and the mindset have to work for students' learning experience, whether that student is in the far-flung area or in the metro city. And the advantage with digital transformation is that a lot of programs I have designed where there is no need for a student to come to a major metro or mini metro, take a accommodation and pay heavily lakhs of rupees. You only come for 2-3 days or 5 days or a week once in a quarter. And that is much lighter on your pocket. I mean, think of the poor people. I mean, we were talking of the caste system, and some sections are always deprived. They cannot get education because we impose so many demands in terms of funds and everything. It is beyond their capacity. So I think all these things, it requires a very holistic approach. It is not just about digital platforms. It is not just about machine learning algorithms. It is about changing our mindset. It is about a progressive mindset. It is about a mindset of inclusion. It is about a mindset of giving immersive learning experience to the student. So that is, in my view, what is this mindset and infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Antarpit Singh. It was really enchanting to see your point that you have actually pinned down the actual software requirement. Now, when we talk of mindset, when we talk of design, how to deliver, these are artistry. This is the mindset part, which is the core software of any online education. We often only talk about the hardware aspects, but that's a very important, very, very important component. And I also think that when you go back to the normal classrooms, maybe blended learning means some lectures are offline, some are online. But even when there is an offline in-person lecture, there can always be online supplements given to them through some simulations and all those things, which the students will be. Another thing I was just wondering that I think with time, when you get more haptic research development, possibly it will be possible to bring in the laboratory experiments, distance laboratory experiments possible. There's just a thought, maybe someday we can discuss about it, but it's a very, I mean, I'm really thankful for your insights. Now I move to the last speaker of this panel, Mr. Alok Tibrawal. Everyone knows him. He's the Secretary of Omdal Education Research Society and Managing Trustee, and he's one of the most well-known names in educational entrepreneurship in the country today. He's the Secretary of Omdal Education Research Society and a fellow member of Institute of Chartered Accountants in India. He stepped into the realm of academics in 2003 by setting up the Delhi Public School, Ruby Park, a very well-known school in Calcutta. And it's one of the most sought after destinations for the students of CBSE. And he moved forward and extended his sphere of activity by setting up the Omdal group of institutions, engineering and architecture college in 2010. I'd like to emphasize that in West Bengal, we have got very few architecture schools, Jadavpur University, BE College, IIEST, and Omdal is one such, which has brought in this opportunity of studying architecture in West Bengal. So over to Mr. Alok Tibdewal. Alokji, are you here? Yes, I can see you here.
No, I can't see him.
No, his name is there.
I'm here, sir. I'm here.
Alokji, yeah, you're now visible. Yes.
Hello.
Please. Hello.
I've been listening to all the esteemed panelists. I'm not so qualified. However, I would like to, and my experience is much different. Having run a school also extensively and having more than 10,000 students in Kolkata. I would like to point out a few things that which Mr. Krishna pointed out from TCS ION. See, I do not understand why the entry-level salaries for the computer science graduates is so poor. I think 15 years back also it used to be 30,000 rupees a month. Today also it is 30,000 rupees a month. Then we say that the good students are not joining computer science. Why should they join computer science? Everybody is joining biology. But that is not the issue. And when you talk to the esteemed institutions like IIT and NIT, the number of seats in computer science are so few that the people who get it mostly migrate out of the country only. So, I mean, where are we left with? And with regard, and there's one more aspect which a lot of panelists have left out. Nowhere in the world, there is a hue and cry for not paying fees because the classes are being conducted online. None of the universities in America has given a single rupee discount. Nowhere. But I do not know why in our country, the media, everybody has gone hammers and tongs, online, padhai to paise mat do, fees mat do. Engineering colleges, we have huge outstandings. I do not know how the colleges will run. You see in the college, every day we are running in the court only all the time. You see the media, you see the language, you see everybody says that. So you, on the other hand, you are saying, okay, the teachers, this year I have had unprecedented number of teachers, despite paying 100% salary. I have unprecedented amount of teachers resigning. I have lot of offers which have been turned down by teachers because they're not willing to join. In Calcutta, because of so many various orders, the salaries have not been increased for quite some time. So I do not know. On one hand, you are saying that we're not getting quality teachers. So on the other hand, why will we get quality teachers if we think that they do not need to be paid salary because they're sitting at home? Last but not the least, how can online education be conducted sitting at home? I mean, there are certain things with which we need to be educated. To conduct an online education, we have invested in huge online stuff. We have bought so much of servers, connectivity. Otherwise, how are these examinations being conducted? We have given so many laptops, iPads to the teachers. How will you expect the teachers to take conduct the classes? So, I mean, there is a disconnect between. It's very nice to say that, okay, a lot of people do not have the devices. I agree that a lot of people do not have the devices. That's very much a fact. But that is not in our hands. So that is one part of it. However, my whole contention is very simple, that there are two things. First and foremost, somewhere along the line, I have been to MIT. In MIT, they said that online courses, the course fee for online courses are not any different. It's all the same, whether you take an online course or whether you take an offline course. So why in India this expectation that when it comes to online education, it should be much, much cheaper? Okay. Now coming down to the other aspects. See, online education has created a lot of opportunities for the simple reason when this pandemic started, we all were under the impression that now nothing's going to happen. But it did not happen that way because of the teachers' ingenuity, because of all the institutions, and because of the fantastic infrastructure created by all these companies. We were able to conduct the classes, the teachers were able to conduct the classes, and online education has served a very, very big void. Minus online education today, a whole generation, like Victor Hugo had said that one who opens a school closes a prison. So, but somewhere along the line, this appreciation for education, the importance of education especially the media, I would say, especially the media, it's lost. I do not understand, because the only thing the media likes to discuss is, okay, why should people pay fees? Online mein padhai mein paisa hi nahi lagta hai. Electricity mein you are saving a lot of money. What money we are saving on electricity, I do not know. Anyway, so that is one aspect of it. Now, when we come to online education, see, it's not fair to criticize online education, because online education right now is at a very nascent stage. We cannot compare ourselves with US and UK and all. But however, the quality of online education being done in our country is in nowhere inferior to what the online education is being done abroad. A very common refrain you will find in US whenever you attend any seminar or anything, that they will keep saying that you need to come back to the schools, you need to come back to the colleges, because communication is all about body language. Communication is not about just talking and speaking and just data uploading. It's not about data uploading. It's not about data uploading. It's all about teaching, and how do you teach until unless you get to the institution. But okay, now what are the challenges? See, the challenges, we all know that the instruments, there's a lack of instruments, there's a lack of connectivity, and especially like Dr. Anupam Basu said, when you go to the Mufsal areas, the connectivity is very poor. So these problems, I do not deny, these problems are very much there, and for this, there are a lot of solutions which could have been thought of. Like, for example, there are so many institutions. For example, our colleges in Uluberia, we have fantastic connectivity out there. Maybe the local people could have been allowed to utilize that infrastructure in some way or the other. However, there is another reason I would always say, that in our country, the curriculum, it's like, I do not understand when 10 out of 7 ships today in the world are capsized. That means huge ships. Why is Calcutta Port Trust still being run? When I go to Bristol, I see it's become an historic port. Nobody uses Bristol anymore. So if you're going to use Calcutta Port Trust and you're going to have small ships, and then you want to say you want to compete with the world, it's just not possible. So our whole policy making at times becomes very outdated. Similarly, with regard to the curriculum being taught in the engineering, I'm not talking of IITs and NITs. I'm talking of the curriculum that we are teaching in our colleges. It's all very mundane. I mean, I do not understand. In third year, students are starting Java, computer science students. I mean, why? I do not understand the reason. In the first year, they are learning how to connect, how to cut wood, and how to do welding. I sometimes fail to understand, but especially, and then we are saying that the students are not being catching up. However, blending technology with education is a paradigm shift from the traditional pattern. Therefore, it is imperative that the curriculum changes as well. Because until unless we make changes to the curriculum and we continue teaching what we are teaching in an online mode. For example, the very common question I hear, a lot of parents would say, "Arey, online classes mein to din mein aise to number of hours ghat gaye." I have a huge problem at the school, that if a teacher was teaching in a traditional week about 26 to 27 periods, she was covering 4 sections because each section had 6 periods. In online mode, she may be taking only 4.5 sections. So does it mean I give her 6 sections instead of 4 sections? She'll not be able to teach. She'll not be able to do the correction. She'll not be able to do justice. So in online, they have to stay awake at night. They have to use the online resources. They have to, because you see, when you're talking of online, it's they have to replace the classroom atmosphere by using EdTech, by using artificial intelligence. So a lot of time they have to use, take the aid of a lot of platforms like FlipLearn or Byju's, or at times YouTube videos, etc., to make the students understand what they are talking about. Very often at school, we do, when the teacher is allowed to go to school, we encourage all the teachers to come and take the online classes from the school. We do that because we want that the teacher should be able to use the labs. And we have had fantastic attendance in those classes when we have aired the classes from the labs. For example, science subjects, especially the science subjects, the teachers love to come to the school and teach. Online education has been a fantastic opportunity. Then integrated learning solutions is also coming up. Audiovisual content as a subject and matter to be studied. Augmented reality is being used. The teacher, the role of the teacher is changing. The teacher is getting especially trained nowadays. I have already covered that. She's no more a data feeder. One more aspect with online education is sometimes the teachers can teach a lot of students in the way the student wants to learn. For example, in a class of 40 students. Now, if you want to take remedial classes, it was very difficult in the running school to take remedial classes because nobody would like to stay back. The parents would say, how will I, no, mere bacche ko to bus mein bhej do. But in online classes, taking remedial classes has become much easier, and the response and the attendance to the remedial classes is fantastic. In technical language, we call it bite-sized learning. Then we have so many other things like formative assessment solutions, exam management revolution. Exam management we have been doing in a fantastic way. Though I have heard some eminent panelists speaking about proctoring, but proctoring has been a complete and utter failure whenever I have tried it. Because people do not encourage it, but we have found ingenious ways using 2 devices. So we are doing proctoring in the jugaad manner, but it has become very effective. So cost of education can be brought down, but it can only be brought down when we're talking of mass education. See, cost of education may have been brought down by an Akash. For example, in Akash, the course fees, which was 2,30,000, has now come down to 95,000. So how that course fee has come down from 2,30,000 to 90,000? Because simply they have increased the number of students in the class. And they have reduced the class hours. And what they are saying is, okay, and all the class hours are recorded. So, you're using technology to make the education cheaper. But that does not mean the students, because who is a teacher? A teacher is a motivator. So that is missing. The cost in education has come down. Then you have artificial intelligence tools, which helps us identify a lot of things, especially dyslexic students, etc. Because there are certain things when a dyslexic student will write, he or she will make certain mistakes which only a dyslexic student can make. And Dr. Anupam Basu being one of the eminent persons in this field, he will understand that. So all these things can be very well identified using technology. So these are the advantages of technology. But on the other hand, I will say our country has done a great job. Our teachers have done a great job. I hope we can keep it up because you see, I do not know from how long this online education is going to go on. I hope I have not taken too much of time. Thanks, Dr. Basu.
Thank you very much, Alokji. I mean, and nothing can be better than ending the panel discussion in a hopeful note, as you have done. And I'd like to thank you for bringing up a new topic of curriculum. And also that resonates with one of the questions that has been put up by, I think, Brototi Bhattacharya. I'd just like to comment on that flipped classrooms, for example, you were mentioning about how the things can be done. I mean, we can take real advantage of this by flipped methods where many of the routine things the children can learn online, and when they come to the class, meet the teachers or their peers, they collaboratively or individually solve problems, design things, and apply what they have learned. Basically, often we spend the time in the presence of the teacher by lecturing. Now that routine part can be online, and more ingenuine part could be brought in the classrooms. That is flipped learning. There's also a sort of blended learning. I think that answers Brotuti's question. I would just like to take up, just mention about 2 points that have not come up here. For this online education to be universal in India, we have to look at the language aspect also. It has to be multilingual. NPTEL, with which I am also involved, our lectures are being transcribed in different languages. And also there should be some local language lectures also put up, especially for the schools, in the repository. So language should be one thing. I'm not talking of NLP, that goes in the AI area, but just for the delivery explanations. Here I prefer often some blended language, like I give the definitions in English, but explain it in Hindi, or which I cannot do in the classroom. I was asked by one right student from Jharkhand. She asked me that I'm mostly understanding the things, but आप हिंदी में क्यों explain नहीं कर रहे? But if I do it in Hindi, there are people from Tamil Nadu also in the class, right? So here we can take the help of this through online repository. Another point I'd like to make, mostly our mindset about these online courses is regarding engineering and courses. We should also think about the humanities courses. If I compare, although we say SIAM, now SIAM includes NPTEL as well, but the balance tilts much more in favor of NPTEL than the humanities courses that are in SIAM. That is something where I think we should pay attention to. I could see another question from Professor Dr. D.K. Banwat. In physical setting capacity, given the physical setting capacity is finite, in the new normal, will there be any capacity restrictions? If I have got the question right. I mean, that is, of course, dependent on the platform that you are using and the type of subscription. In some cases, you get unlimited. In some cases, you get 100 or something. So that will be the limit that is determined by the platform. Should grading be absolute, relative? Now, that is $1 million question. Now, we have not talked about assessment. Assessment, in my mind, I'd place it to the panelists to comment on this, requires a revisit, either it be for online or for offline. I leave it to the panelists to give their opinion on assessment. Professor Singh?
Yeah, on capacity, I would like to quickly
Please.
mention, and then
Please.
we can move to.
Yeah.
So when we talk of capacity, it is, we must understand that in a online ecosystem or a blended ecosystem, we are not talking about the total capacity of the system. We are talking about the concurrency.
Yes.
My total capacity could be 100, but if 80 concurrent users join in, my system crashes. So we must look at the concurrency. And I think what COVID has done is that it has forced us to look into these. We might have taken 10 years to get into understand these issues in a more deeper manner. So I just wanted to comment on the capacity. I think assessments, Vinay or somebody, Alok can, or Professor SP Singh can take.
Dr. Basu, I think for capacity for me as a teacher is how many students I can accommodate in a digital class. I take classes regularly, and frankly speaking, accommodating even 70 students or 80 students become difficult. If at all, I want to have interactive class. So I have to have 5-7 students continuously listening to me, and I can also see them, and connectivities are the issue. So, I mean, that depends from place to place and teacher to teacher. And I think what question has been raised, that 60 capacity, 70 capacity, it is not digital capacity. It is capacity where you can interact in a digital mode. So that is one, which is my second part is, sir, that about evaluation. I mean, now the government of India and NEP also, and from a very long time, there's a discussion going on about IITs. My son is also there in your IIT Kharagpur. So it is 50-50, 70-30, and maybe continuous evaluation 100%. That is what is going on. In the digital platform, I would say that it is better to have more continuous evaluation weightage than to have an end semester weightage of the examination. From whatever we say, I don't believe, but then we say it rote learning to a continuous learning platform. So I think it will be more of a continuous learning platform, and but that again will not be possible for every institution in the country. As I always say, only top 10% of 50 or maybe 20% institutions will be able to do the justice to the continuous evaluation. But for other institutions where teachers availability and the quality of teachers and the examination system, and I know the CBSE module and everything, the examination system in our country is not only because we want end semester examination, but to catch up and match up everyone who is in the remote area and in the city, like any of the colleges and university, we have to have some mid path. And therefore, if we are being affiliated and associated with a big system of CBSE, ICSE, or maybe Guwahati University, which 500, 600 colleges, we cannot have continuous evaluation in the same format for some time, at least for 5-7 years. Gradually, we can migrate to continuous evaluation. Every one of us, I as a Royal Global University would like to have more continuous evaluation weightage, but then not every university in the country can do that. Thank you so much.
I'd just like to add one thought that I have regarding assessment. I mean, we actually go for a summative assessment, 60 out of 100, 70 out of 100. That really, to me, doesn't mean much. Rather,
Right.
if I could have SWOT report, I mean, what are his strengths and where does he lack? If that rubric could be given, I mean, that would be much more effective for all of us. But that's a change in culture, which will take time. Dr. Sheetal Bhandari was asking how online repository is made use for teaching in vernacular. I think I've already answered that we need to have, need to enrich the online repository in vernacular, and that is a requirement. I can't see any other questions except for Brototi Bhattacharya asking breakaway classes may be introduced for more interactive sessions. No doubt about it. Can you not make small groups to handle big class? Certainly we can. Absolutely. There's no doubt about it. Since I don't see any other questions on the panel, I hand it over to Raina. And I heartily thank all the panelists for such an exciting and interesting discussion. Thank you very much. I'd like to be in touch. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Raina, will you please take over?
Yes, sure. Dr. Basu, thank you so much for moderating the session, such a valuable session, which was on infrastructure and mindset, challenges and opportunities. We will take a short break right now for about just 1 minute and go over to the concluding session, which is going to be summed up by our session and summit chair, Professor Shoykot Moitra. A warm welcome to Dr. Dilip N. Malkade, Advisor and Head of Policy and Academic Planning Bureau, All India Council for Technical Education. Very warm welcome, Dr. Malkade.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Professor Moitra, can we start the concluding session, please?
Yeah, so can I start now?
Yes, please let us go ahead because I think we have a spillover of about 25 minutes.
Yeah.
Without much ado, we can just start.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Dr. Dilip, sir.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Namaskar, Alok ji. I'm very happy to see you here. I was listening to you.
Namaskar, sir. Namaskar, sir.
Namaskar.
Okay. So let us start this final and concluding sessions of today's summit. From early morning, we had lots of deliberations from experts and leaders from EdTech organizations and leaders from academic institutes as well. And different features, different perspectives of technology applications in education have been emphasized by all the participants in this summit so far. We listened to the skill gap identification with the application of technology for our students and how to make the students more employable using technology. This was one of the features. How this online education that can be delivered from massive open online courses where the students can have the opportunity to get degrees from top-notch universities from their home. This opportunity is that has been presented by these organizations from like NPTEL and Coursera. And then it has already also been emphasized that as the skill requirement is getting redundant at a very fast rate, so emphasis or focus on continuous learning, that and lifelong learning, that should be one of the aspects. And for that purpose, this application of technology in education, or taking these benefits of this digital education, that can be one of the viable options. It has also been this discussed regarding this pattern of examination on assessment through this online modes, and the limitations and advantages of this online examination these modes. There are certain challenges, of course. Some of that it depends on the nature of the institutes, the availability of technologies, the mindset, and all these things. It is a contextual. And we are hopeful that maybe these types of online examinations that will happen in a larger scale in near future. But people are talking about this blended system of educations, where this importance of offline educations will also be an integral part of this education systems, where the role of teachers as mentors, as guide, that cannot be undermined. And this entire journey of education may be like this, that initial framing and initial, this showing this path that can be made offline, then learning at own place, that can be made online, and again validation of this learning process, that can be made again offline. So it will be this a blended environment, and how what will be the relative proportions of this offline and online, that depends on the situation and circumstances. People are talking about this pandemic scenario, where our culture of adopting and embracing this online educations and technology-enabled educations have been accelerated. And it is also been emphasized that after this pandemic scenario is over, the chances of going back to our previous state is very remote. So we will have a definite this change in cultural pattern in our existing educational systems, because this is giving rise to a new normal situation. And the change in pedagogy, particularly in the form of flipped learnings and customized learning and collaborative learning, that has already been started, and this magnitude of all these things will increase in the near future. Learning management system applications of VR and AR to make these educations more engaging and exciting, that can happen. Of course, some challenging scenario, particularly this online education systems have been deliberated by some of our panelists, and these are also real problems. It has also been told that this India is going forward a very formidable economy based on digital technology, and there will huge numbers of manpower will be required. So this is the right time to engage ourselves to develop these kinds of right manpower of this future. And this is possible only if we can make up environment and we can apply our mindset properly to embrace all these latest tools, techniques, and technologies for making these educations more effective, more efficient, and making this education more affordable by the larger section of our populations. And that is definitely a challenging scenario, but if an integrated approach is taken, if there is a definite policy for doing all these things from different quarters and different verticals, then it is achievable. It is difficult but achievable. This challenging scenario can be overcome if we have this right, this integration of all this technology, of our mindset, of our existing practices, of our wisdoms, to make it very, very, very much formidable. So it has also been said that the advantage, one of the unique advantage of online education, this is this remedial classes and tutorial classes that can happen in a nice way through these online platforms. And the education for differently able, this is a very important point, which has been emphasized by all of you, for differently able students, especially able students, for them, education may be brought this as accessible and affordable with the use of technology. And these are all these in a nutshell. These are all these discussions. These are the points out of this discussion which has emerged today. So what we observed, and some of these universities, they presented their own experiences of using this online education in their own systems. I would like to point out here my own experience from this state-affiliated technology as the head of the state-affiliated technology university, where we adopted this technology from 2000, started adopting this technology from 2017. And in the situation of this, when the pandemic situation started, we continued our teaching learning systems, our assessment systems, keeping this level of enthusiasm high among our learning community. And one of the lists published by AICT regarding this the employable students generated from different states, we are heading at this list right now. This is one of the achievement of our use of technology at the right moment and right time and the right degree. But there are lots of things to be done further. And we are also evolving to develop a system for the future where this right set of blended learning or hybrid learning mode with the proper mindset, with the proper approach from technology, that will be done for making our education systems very, very effective to meet up the requirement of the skilled manpower of the future, to meet up the requirement of reskilling and upskilling, because this is the time where learning, unlearning, relearning, skilling, reskilling, and upskilling, these are the buzzwords, and we need to work in that direction. So these all been discussed at today's summit so far. Now we are here to listen further from one of our experts who joined us right now, the Professor Dr. Dilip Malkare, who is advisor of Head of Policy and Academic Planning Bureau, All India Council for Technical Education. Here, I would like to say that when we started to integrate these online educations or massive open online courses to our existing curriculum, AICT, they supported all this endeavor, publishing the circular regarding regarding the adoptions of online courses as a part of this honors degree in engineering and technology. And we extended that facility for all courses, even courses offered from as a professional programs under UGC also, to that integration part of online educations with our existing curriculum, that is, and with the credit mapping. That was done with this with the support from AICT. We are very much thankful to AICT for this purpose, and of the late AICT is taking up lots of activities, forward-looking activities for encouraging us in our all these endeavors regarding adoptions of online and digital education to the best possible extension of the existing system. So we are expecting that Dr. Malkare will be highlighting all these future endeavors of AICT in that directions, and because this will also boost this entire scenario of upgrading our engineering and technology education of this country. So with this, I'd like to conclude, and because already we are lagging behind time, so without further wasting time, let me invite Dr. Dilip Malkare to share his views regarding this context of this summit, this Icc Edtech Summit. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Maitra. Good afternoon to all the panelists and our participants. First of all, let me congratulate ICC for hosting this very wonderful webinar and followed by a panel discussion. I'm very happy to see some of my friends here, Mr. Alok Tibrewal, Mr. Pradeep Agrawal, and Professor S.P. Singh. This is a very good initiative because it is, a subject which is close to hearts of every Indian, education, because education is useful for every family. Every children is supposed to go to the school, and we are expecting them to go to universities also. And therefore, other issues may not be, very close to hearts of everybody, but this is education, and education is something which affects everybody, and it is very important for every family, every individual to progress in life. But academics, the quality of academics, quality of education is not only the responsibility of a school or the university or a regulator like UGC, AICT. It is a joint responsibility of society, and more important it is to have a collaboration with the industry. And therefore, this ICC, which is Indian Chamber of Commerce, which is an industry body, has a very important role, big role, and industry, we expect industries to come forward. Now what is happening is colleges go to the industry and industry then supports. But if industry comes forward on their own, the quality of education is going to be definitely improved. And my experience of 3 decades in education is extremely good. As a professor, I have taught for about 25 years and now 5 years as advisor at AICT. But whichever industry I have gone to, the industry supported me wholeheartedly. And therefore, if industry now comes forward, it will be really very good. And we expect ICC to put some steps forward in this direction. As rightly mentioned, GER today is about 26%, and it is expected or targeted to reach 50%. Now, last few years it was 25%. From maybe 5% to 25%, it has been a long journey. From 25% to 50%, the target year is 2035. So it is just only few years, and it's really very challenging task to reach the target of 50%. And we currently are a second largest higher education system in the world. USA, China was the number 1, then USA, and then we were the 3rd. But now we have crossed in terms of the enrollment, even USA, and we are the second largest educational system in the world. And current scenario, all of you are aware that the interest of the student, which was increasing in engineering for a few years, now for last 2 years is decreasing. And there are reasons for it, but we are all aware, and I have been listening to the panelists. And one of the reason is, Professor, I think, Vice Chancellor JIS University, Mr. Singh mentioned about it, that there are no dearth of jobs available. There are many jobs in India and abroad. But the problem is we don't have enough skills, and to give the skills, therefore quality, quality needs to be improved, and quality improvement is a joint responsibility of all of us. As you all are aware, that there was mushrooming of engineering colleges, and their colleges are now, many colleges are empty. Some of the branches, including mechanical, my own branch, which is to be the second preference for almost 20-25 years after computer science, is not in demand today. And if the mechanical engineers are not produced, civil engineers are not produced, then how are we going to achieve this, Atmanirbhar Bharat? Because for Atmanirbhar, you need to produce within your country, and therefore these branches are very vital, is what my feeling is. Teachers are now the focus of this webinar and panel discussion was ICT technology, and we all agreed that there are challenges, but ICT is a boon, and if it is blended properly, not few courses fully online, few courses fully offline or face-to-face, but every course, if we have a broad proper mix of the two, it is it is going to make the learning very interesting, and we have anticipated that pandemic is going to come, and we had started preparing a Swayam platform. And you are all aware, the world's biggest online platform is our Swayam platform, hosting thousands of courses, close to 5,000 courses, as if I'm not very wrong, close to 5,000 courses. And as if we were knowing that something is going to happen, and this pandemic situation, this Swayam has come to the rescue of all of us, and therefore we did not see much of the dip in the academics, because we all have been able to switch over to online mode, using Swayam or using our own lectures. Many of the teachers have created their own video lectures. The one who were not facing camera, they have started recording their own lectures, and they have become popular teachers. So this is a big change, big positive thing that has happened, and we are going to promote development of more and more courses on SWAYAM platform, which I will talk about it later. Challenges, there are many challenges. Assessment is one of the challenges, somebody mentioned about it. And I had my personal opinion about the assessment, but it is all up to the university to adapt, because it's not official opinion, not a circular, it is my personal opinion. Few years before, I used to struggle as a student for getting a book. Now today, you have almost any book of the world right at your doubt, click of a button, books are available, lakhs of books are there. When I was doing PhD in IIT Bombay, I used to write to the librarian and get a journal paper from IIT Delhi. They used to find, and IIT Delhi there is a journal. They used to write, the paper used to come. After a month, I used to get the paper. Today, you have papers, access to the papers. It's all the effect of technology. Animations, the teachers can find the right animation. It can be shown to the students. ICT technology allows you to do that, and blended learning makes the functioning of very complex equipment or boiler turbine or electrical machine very easy with this animation. Government of India has put in a lot of money in developing virtual laboratories. IIT Delhi led the project, and there are 1,200 virtual laboratories available. So even if you have a very good library or the laboratory and poor laboratory, you can always take about 20 to 30% of the experiments through a virtual mode. Now, the advantage of this virtual mode of doing experimentation is that students can do these experimentations at their own convenience and at their home, and they can just keep playing like they play games. Instead of that, if we could create, teachers create interest among students about the virtual laboratory, they will definitely spend a lot of time in learning the technology through virtual. And there are many experiments, and we have included that in the model curriculum that EICT has given 2 years before, and we are revising that now further. So virtual laboratory is one thing that is a very useful ICT technology, I would say. And that's also a not new thing. About 6-7 years before this project was initiated, and these numbers of the laboratories have now reached about 1,200. SWAYAM, you are all aware of. There is again NEET platform, which we developed, where we have invited all the tech companies to upload their contents on one single platform, and these are being provided to the students, and it has some AI facilities which help students in getting more and more content which is relevant to them. Arpit is Arpit is another platform where the courses for teachers to learn are available. And we also created about a set of 8 courses for teachers to become a good teacher. Now, it talks about curriculum development, it talks about what is research, it talks about how to teach, how to create a course, and etc. So the new teachers who are joining our system, they do not get a formal training like other teachers get like B.Ed and M.Ed, and they in that B.Ed, M.Ed, they seriously learn what is education system, how do we teach, but that is not there in management and engineering education. So we have filled this gap through NINTTT, which is a platform and set of 8 courses. As a regulator, quality of education, as I told, it is not only mandate of ours, but we have a big role, and every university and teachers and students have also role in quality improvement. But we have signed agreement with that is Washington Accord, and Washington Accord we have become a signatory of. That has made India a globally accepted country, meaning that there are about 25 to 28 signatories of the Washington Accord, which ensures that our standard of education, our processes, curriculum, teaching, learning, and outcomes, learning outcomes match with match with the world standard. Now, the advantage of this is that the students' mobility from one country to the other country, from one university to the other university, from university to company for the job in this country or outside the country, and from one company to the other company. That mobility became easy. Acceptability of the students who have passed out from college, which is accredited by NBA, became very easy. It is world recognized. AICT has also facilitated institutes, engineering and management institutes, to get NBA done, so that the quality of all the colleges is improved. And the scheme is Margadarshan, in which we send teachers, very senior teachers, particularly from NITs, IITs after retirement, and from other universities also, people who are experienced and willing to work even after retirement. They go to the colleges, stay there on their campus for 2 days, 3 days. After every month they go, and the expenditure of their travel honorarium is taken care of by AICT. And about I think 800 to 900 teachers are moving across the country, and they are training, they are motivating the institutes to get this accreditation done. That is what we are doing. Ranking, there is a global ranking, QS ranking, THE ranking, Shanghai ranking. We did not have ranking in 2014-15. We started our own ranking also. That has created a competition amongst these universities to improve their quality. And now all these universities are struggling to get their university ranked in the NRF ranking. That has really improved the quality of education. I was mentioning about a curriculum that we have given to the country. It's not our complete mandate to do that. Universities have freedom to create their own curriculum. They have their own senate and academic bodies to adopt the curriculum, design the curriculum, and use it. But because we know that if it comes from the top, at least in the form of a model curriculum, universities are willing to do it. And we then formulated, developed a very good model curriculum. It was very heavy, to 210 credits for 4 years degree course, brought down to 160, so that students also get an opportunity, also get time to think over what they have learned. So model curriculum for all major programs is given, and it is being revised again and again. And this virtual laboratories and some ICT courses, relevant SWAYAM course for a particular course, like for example, engineering thermodynamics. For this engineering thermodynamics, what are the 2-3 options available in SWAYAM? That also we have given. That becomes easy for the teachers to quickly get access to, and students also. And because somebody mentioned about it, that UGC has now come out with a circular that instead of 20% of the online courses, now you can offer 40% of the online courses. So which course they should take? Online course, we are recommending in the curriculum itself. If they adopt our curriculum, now that particular course they can take, and that they will get the exemption from. So online course will be taken, online examination will be given, and they will be exempted from the university course. Yeah, but it is all up to the universities to adopt. Somebody mentioned about this technology becoming obsolete in 5 years, or for computer science just 2 years. I agree, but fundamentals are fundamentals, and they do not change. So our curriculum comprises of fundamentals and some open electives and some department electives, right? So these fundamental courses are not going to change, and therefore about 30-40% of the syllabus is very important. And the student, whatever the technology, whatever era comes, the fundamentals are going to be important, and they will remain important, and therefore student must learn those fundamentals. If they have good fundamentals, I think someday C, C++, Java, whatever language come and new language come, but they will learn that language easily. All of you may be aware, may not be aware of this new initiative. We have started a new experiment, and that experiment is of providing engineering education in the local languages. Professor who was actually Professor Anupam Basu, who mentioned about the student difficulty in understanding English, and that is a difficulty. That is a difficulty, and but that is more serious a difficulty in tier 2, tier 3 colleges, particularly colleges which are rural, rural and polytechnic students particularly face a great challenge. Now, if somebody does a diploma in civil engineering, he never ever use English on his site and can't use it. And then why should why should he learn civil engineering only in English? If we're not talking of changing the entire language countrywide, we're talking of providing this in some of the colleges. Okay, and that we started, and currently we have adopted 8 languages. Bengali is one of them. Bengali, Gujarati, Marathi, and all 4: Southern, Tamil, Kannada, Telugu, Malayalam, and one more. One more is there, that is, I think, Gujarati, Marathi, Bengali, and Hindi. So these are the 8 languages, and we have started developing first year books for first year, and we will also start for second year, but second year is going to come. We have one more year to go. And not only that, for first year, online Swayam courses were translated them into all these 8 languages, and I'm looking after that work also. So I'm very proud of being associated with this, but not many institutions have come forward. But I am sure the change will occur in some years, and the students will be benefited. About assessment, somebody mentioned, I have my personal opinion about it. Assessment is really challenging challenge in this pandemic situation. We talk of autonomy, right? In the universities, we talk of autonomy, and when we talk of autonomy, we rely on these teachers. This year, what I observed is most of the universities, particularly state affiliating university, where the size is very big, they deal with lakhs of students. Most of the universities adopted one paper through some technology, and the contract was given to some company. Instead of that, and that is really challenge. I mean, challenge for the vice chancellors. But if we could have given this flexibility, authority to the teachers by conducting 1 or 2 days of workshop with them, a director of the institutions, first we should have trained the director, and then directors would have in turn trained their own faculty members, and we give them 100 of options, and there can be hundreds of options of setting question paper, small question paper of 5 marks to 10 marks or 50 marks, and give them open book exam, long duration 1 week examination, design problem, let them go to website and produce the answer. And submit it to the teacher, or it can be webinar, it can be 3-minute video they create, and teacher assess, and based on the performance on that talk can be given, and many options. Even WhatsApp also we can use question paper, which student find easy. So if we give them hundreds of such options and let them select any 3, 4, 5, 6 which suits their subject, probably teachers would have come out with marks. But it's really a challenge, and a standalone university probably will be able to do it, and some of the universities have done it wonderfully well. So that's all. At the end, I would like to congratulate this organizing body. Somebody also mentioned about specially abled students, and I think my friend Alokji mentioned about the difficulty that the dyslexic students face. You will be, Alokji, very happy to know that we had, very recent past development. This month, in fact, we have submitted a joint report to Ministry of HRD, which was outcome of 2 different committees. One committee was set up to provide accessibility to physically challenged students. So accessibility is not only limited to accessibility to physical resources. It is accessibility to everything, the softwares, books, reading material, online material, everything. In addition to the physical, we are already doing it for 10 years. We don't give permission otherwise to the colleges. But another committee, and that was set up to look at the difficulties of the dyslexic students. And these two reports submitted by these two committees are excellent reports, and going to be very empowering for this class of students. And we have also decided to set up one college as a model college in one state. And AICT will be spending and proposing to spend about 5 crores. So every state, major state, will have one college where all the facilities required for differently able students, dyslexic students, will be established, and it will be a model for other colleges to replicate. But initial expenditure will be made by government. That's what is the proposal, and I think will be able to really set up in few years from now a good model college, which will be designed, which will be very friendly for these differently able students and dyslexic students. So with this, I would like to thank all of you for organizing this webinar, and at the end, I will only expect that these industry bodies to come forward and go to the colleges and tell them that you can help them. I hope there are some industry persons here. If not, then please see how it can be communicated. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your valuable deliberations, Dr. Dilip Malkhade. Professor Mitra, would you like to take questions in this session? Because we are almost at the end of the session. So we will request Mr. Pradeep Agarwal to take over on the vote of thanks otherwise.
1-2 questions can be taken after that. Vote of thanks can be given by Mr. Agarwal. Okay, we can take up only one or two questions because already we are running behind the time.
Yes. So I think I have Mr. Ayanpal again from Calcutta International School asking about what about data sanctity and legal aspect? But personal data gets shared?
It is not clear, quite clear.
I know the question is not very clear. So I'll go over to another question.
What? When you are using smartphone, when you're using internet, when you're using Google of your own, you are in many instances you are sharing all these things. But when it is coming to education, questions of education, then I do not think this. If all these things can be used wisely, then there are questions of threat and all these things doesn't come.
There is a question to you, Professor Mitra. In post-COVID situation for engineering students, though theory class is not a problem, how can you bridge the gap of their practical class experience as it is not possible online?
Yeah, this is not possible. This is not at all possible online. It is not true. Already, I think Dr. Malkhade has touched this point. MHRD has a massive repository of virtual labs, and we have integrated virtual labs to our existing curriculum. And at least to some extent, the students can get themselves equipped through this through the training process from these virtual labs. We understand that there is no substitutions for physical presence at wet labs experiments. But as there is no choice now, it is only compulsion, and that resource is available. So the best users of that resource that has been done by us, and by this way, to some extent, that requirement has been fulfilled.
So in that question, in that perspective only, I have another question from Mr. Abhinava Poddar, who's asking, can virtual labs be effective in gaining practical knowledge in the online platform?
Oh, what I said is not complete replacement of the the physical experiments. You can always, and even same is true for even teachers. Teachers can't be replaced. In fact, you need more teachers when you are, using a flip mode. You need teachers. You need physical, experiments, but this will definitely make understanding more easy because we have all done experiments. So 1 or 2 students do the experiment, third one writes the reading, and the rest of the 17 students will actually only look at it or make fun of them. And that gap will reduce if you have, virtual, and students spend time in playing games. When you tell them that this, law of friction, this is how it to be proved, and this is a virtual laboratory available, show them, and at home, I'm sure they will do it. They will try it out.
Just a supplement to all these things, because of this integrations of animation, visual effects, and all these things, at least many concepts can be made clear, particularly for engineering as these students through virtual labs and digital labs. And in near future, when this VR and AR will be augmented in these systems, then there may be a different types of situation will emerge. But even then, there is no substitute of physical labs. That is not the question. Question is how we can best use all these resources for the benefit of our students in this pandemic scenario. Except for sitting hand in hand, we have to do something for the benefit, and that for that purpose, all these tools and technologies is applied for engaging our students is the most effective manner. This is the point.
One more clarification: these virtual labs are not only on computers. There are some of the virtual laboratories which are operated by a student in one college. The physical equipment, which is very costly, is available in other city, but it can be operated from here, and there will be an operator there. Okay. And this physical, say, engine or boiler will be actually run, and the readings will be taken by a student here.
Exactly.
So if you are not able to afford very expensive equipments, a government can purchase, or some of the laboratories may have it, students can make use of them. So virtual laboratory is a big concept. It will require 1 day, 2 days of webinar only on virtual laboratories. Yeah.
Sir, in continuation to the virtual lab question only, I have another question asking, is virtual lab offered for CSE student?
Yeah, CSE student. Yeah, it's mostly on computers.
I have another question from Mr. Abhinav Poddar. How effective will it be if industry experts mentor the college students?
Oh, that's what is required.
That is there.
That is what is required. I, as a head of the Department of Mechanical at College of Engineering, Pune, which was only for 1 year, actually, I did get a chance of, but then I had to come to Icc. We had for every single course of my department, at least 2 industry persons associated, and they used to teach 20% of the syllabus compulsorily for every course, I am saying. Even if it is mathematics was taught by industry person, but relevant industry person. That makes the teaching relevant. The student will understand what is the use of mathematics, what is the use of machine drawing, what is the use, are the industry persons using it. So my teachers used to teach 80% of the curriculum, 20% was taught by the industry person for all the courses, I am saying. That is how, but it was possible for me because I was from Pune. Pune is an industrial city. But for other colleges, whatever is possible, they should do it.
Yeah, but the curriculum right now is after every semester, there is a provision of short-term training programs, sending the students for internship.
Correct.
So by way of doing that, the students can be integrated with these industry persons. So that provision is always there. And many of the institutes, they are taking leverage of this entire scenario.
Now, AICT has also made the internship compulsory.
Yes.
Internship. So internship allows the students to go to the industry. Right. And we expect students to learn there, right? If they go and then do not learn, and they just enjoy, then the whole efforts will go waste. But it is the responsibility, therefore, of everybody. Students also take this seriously, and industry persons also, pay attention to them.
For Dr. Malkari, one information I'd like to share with you, your project of this translating engineering books in regional languages. My university is the first one to respond, and we completed this task in the very first instance.
Oh, great. Thank you very much.
Bengali,
No,
you
no.
can check your database that from
Okay.
West Bengal,
Thank
we have
you.
done it, this writing speed responding to your call. That's very fast answer. And that is a record for you, for your sisters.
Thanks a lot. But we have a challenge. We have a challenge when
we did it at the very beginning.
we need more.
We
need more Bengali translators.
Sure.
We are short of it. Bengali and Gujarati we are not getting.
Bengali we completed already. Now we are waiting for how we are going to implement all these things.
Yeah.
Now the ball is at your court. We have done our job earlier.
No, not complete job of translation is done. But we are closing.
Yeah. Now
So
we are waiting for your nod further.
Thank you.
So in that perspective, when languages were being discussed, I have another question or rather request. Dr. Sheetal Bhandari is saying we would like to receive material developed in Marathi.
It will be available on Swayam.
So with that, we are more or less at the end of the question round, Q&A round. And thank you so much, Professor Shirkut Mitra and Dr. Dilip Malkade for your valuable deliberations. May I now request Mr. Pradeep Agarwal, Member ICC National Expert Committee on Higher Education and Training and CEO of Heritage Group of Institutions, to please deliver a vote of thanks on behalf of everyone.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think it's a very long interaction and lots of learning. So it is my pleasure and honor to propose the formal vote of thanks on behalf of the Indian Chamber of Commerce at the end of this engaging and enriching summit, Icc Edtech Summit, theme, the Education Technology Trends in India, Vision 2025. We are extremely thankful to Professor Saikat Mitra, our Summit Chair, Vice Chancellor Macau, and Member ICC National Expert Committee on Higher Education and Training, Dr. Dilip Malkade, Advisor 1, Head of Policy and Academic Planning Bureau, AICTE, for their deliberations in the summing up sessions. I would also like to thank Mr. Raghav Gupta, MD, India and APSC, Coursera, Mr. Dipyaman Sanyal, Head Academics and Learning, Hero Wide, Mr. Krishnan CA, Business Unit Head Higher Education, TCS ION, Mr. Satyam Rai Chaudhary, Chairman, ICC Expert Committee, Sister and Chancellor, Sister Nivedita University, Professor Dinesh Singh, Chancellor RKR Mangalam University, and Adjunct Professor of Mathematics, University of Houston, Professor Indranil Sen Gupta, Vice Chancellor, JIS University, Professor Dr. Andrew Thangaraj, NPTEL Coordinator and Professor Electrical Engineering Department, IIT Madras, for their deliberations across the inaugural and first panel discussion. I thank Professor Dr. Anupam Basu, Director NIT Durgapur, Mr. Vinay Sharma, CEO and Director Convergia Digital Education Private Limited, S. Chand Group, Professor S.P. Singh, Vice Chancellor, Assam Global University, Dr. Antarpreet Singh, Director Digital Learning, ISB, and Mr. Alok Tibrewal, Secretary, Om Dayal Education and Research Society and Managing Trustee, DPS Ruby Park, for the valuable insight in the second panel discussion. On behalf of ICC, I also take this opportunity to thank all the partners, TCS ION, Hero Wide, JIS University, Sister Nivedita University, Om Dayal Group of Institutions, MCKV Group of Institutions, and Heritage Institute of Technology, whose invaluable support has been instrumental in organizing this meaningful forum. We also express our sincere thanks to AICTE to support this summit. I believe this Icc Edtech Summit has been able to capture the education technology trends in India, thoroughly discuss the policies and strategies that are needed at this infrastructure development that needs to be done in this sector, and also pinpoint the issues and challenges prevailing. We have also seen some meaningful discussions over the ways to address the challenges and how remote learning can be invoked at the greater level in the Indian education scenario, particularly post the pandemic, when distance learning, remote learning have become the sole foundation of education. We have learned how EdTech can fortify not just regular education, but upskilling and reskilling to a great extent. I believe that the key takeaways from today's summit: learning transformation through redesigned curriculum and technology with appropriate digital infrastructure will lead us towards a more progressive and new age education system to suit the needs of millions of students in our country. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you. At the end, I just wanted to say thanks to all of you, but this was jointly organized by ICC, AICT. I was not able to see our logos at prominent places. So just mention that this was jointly organized, AICC, AICT, ICC together.
Sir, all the banners are having this in the starting also. Your banner was, it is the prime, your logo was at a prime place.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much for being a
Thanks
part
a
of
lot.
ICC Edtech Summit. Have a great evening.
Thank you. Thank you. You can see your logo supported by AICT.
Oh, yes.
Of it.
Yes.
Is that there?
Thank you for the logo support also, Dr. Malkin.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.